Yo, yo, yo. Oh, yeah. What's going on, dudes? How's Pradeep? He's good. He's in his spot. How we doing, folks? Ladies and folks. How am I feeling? I feel good, man. I feel free. I feel like I've reached a state of perpetual eternity, and there's no going back. I feel like I've broken out of the gravitational field of the Earth, and now I'm just floating through space. And who knows? What's up, Mira? How was my weekend? It was good. It was a quick one, but today was fun. Got to hang out with lots of friends and shit, and a big pile of poop. Just sitting in like a beanbag chair. Been so long, been alive. Well, good to see you. Love the latest episode of Twist of History. Thank you, Tribble. Appreciate you. Yeah, new ones come out every Wednesday, so yeah. Thankfully, I'm a daily pooper, so we're good. You're new to the channel. Welcome. I am just recording stories tonight. We're just chilling for a little bit till we kick off. We got a good topic tonight, camping stories, specifically ones that take place in the summertime. The summertime. Need more Craigslist stories. I actually did a Craigslist video. That's where I announced the twist of history. And that is, that's from like a week or so ago. Boom, 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 boom. Can I do a setup tour? Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, so I have a stand-up desk, right? So imagine a picnic table, but it's a real strong and sturdy picnic table that's been handed down throughout my family's history. And that's about, I want to say, 5 feet long by 3 feet. And then on top of that, to the way left, I have my computer tower. On top of the computer tower is like my secondary monitor. In the center of my desk, that picnic table is the stand-up desk extension. So it comes up with like hydraulics, like and on top of that is my big monitor, my main monitor. And then coming down off of this extension, but also coming off of like the table, are two microphone like arms. One microphone is the one I record into, the H4n Pro, and the other microphone is a Neumann TLM 103, which is what you hear me right now. And that's going to a Zoom interface system, which is like turns the stuff from like analog to digital, I believe, so you can hear me out there in the digital world. 1 million likes and Joel posts a toe pic. It's true. We got to get those likes up so you can see my tootsies. A Twist of History is the best new podcast out, in my opinion. Please keep the amazing work. Oh, thanks, Jacob. That means a lot, honestly. Yeah, let's see. I'm going to take a peek. Let's look at the Spotify. If I can type, I can't see shit. Spotify podcast charts. The Poopcast charts. Twist of History has been banned. Just kidding. I remember it was on the trending ones for Spotify, which is pretty sick. The Wi-Fi. Oh yeah, look at that. Number 14 on the trending podcasts, which is sick. We're gonna catch up to the Y-Files. Operation Podcast. Which I don't know if you saw him on Joe Rogan. That was amazing. Really happy for him. Diddy is coming. Diddy comes for all of us. What did he bring you for Diddy Day? Sarah, thank you for the 2. Happy birthday to all the Geminis this week. Thank you. Yeah, Wednesday will be my birthday stream. So pop in for that. I still don't know what I'm doing, but hey, it's always fun to celebrate. You caved and joined Tinder today. Hey, sometimes you gotta do it. Just be careful. Protect your heart. It's all you got. And then what's it called? Not Amazon, but Apple Podcast chart. Apple Podcast charts. I remember we were on a top shows. Yeah, dude. We've been kind of sitting between number 15 to 20 on the top podcast for that, which is crazy. It's just crazy to be part of like a top, 20 podcast in the nation. Rico, the Freako, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Do I like Red Dead? I love Red Dead. Red Dead 2 is probably one of the greatest games they ever made, and it's sad that it never got a Undead Nightmare, update. But who knows? Maybe one day they'll go back to it. Are there any good car mechanics stories or military stories, Joel? They're definitely on the channel for sure. But I don't know about any coming up soon, to be honest with you. I do have an interesting topic at some point coming up related to like private security. It's sort of like a niche topic that I think is interesting. Creepy clown stories. I do have a creepy clown stories video on the channel, but man, that's going like way back, and I feel like there's some creepy pasta in there to fill in, and I feel like it was a topic that maybe I didn't take seriously enough. Should have waited for more clown experiences. Eric S., welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Wait, Joe, I'm going to go on a sketchy Tinder date with an old man, and then I'll send you a story in, okay? Sounds good. We're going to do creepy old men stories, which is every story, including myself. Born to be creepy. I have a few spooky Indonesian stories I've been meaning to send you. Yeah, if you have a story, guys, send them. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. It's listed in the description of every video if you need to find it. I just left a Goosebumps live stream for this. Better be good. Did you ever read Goosebumps or watch them? Yeah, I was pretty obsessed with Goosebumps when I was younger, but more just because of the cover art. I love the show. I was terrified of Slappy, the ventriloquist doll. I did not have a good relationship with any sort of evil dolls. The new Mission Impossible is awesome. That's sick. That's flicking sick. I need to see it. I could give you too many creepy old man stories. A lot of good ones also, though. That's good. A lot of good creepy old men. What are PMC stories? PMC. I'm not even sure. Private military contract? Or I'm not really sure what you're asking. Unless it was like a trail or something like that. Pacific Crest or something? My scary story is when a guy who was yelling across the street walked up to me yelling, so I turned around out of fear, and he pressed against me and yelled at the back of my head, and I cried. Oh my god. What the hell was he mad about? He really just wanted directions. I still don't have a good relationship with Slappy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious if I went back and watched it, if it would be like entertaining. And he would just look like a full-grown pizza. Did you ever watch Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yes, I did. Yeah, definitely had competing experiences with both Goosebumps and Are You Afraid of the Dark. I have a feeling that Are You Afraid of the Dark was a little bit scarier back in the day, from what I recall. The intro definitely felt a lot scarier and like less user-friendly. Remember the giant bugs one? I do remember there was one where they were like, it was something to do with like worms under the ground that were like giant, but it was always sort of like hinted at, and I feel like they were at like a camp or something. I don't even know. I remember at the end of one of them, it was about like some beast at a camp, and then like this secret ending at the end was like they looked up and instead of looking at the moon, they were looking at like Earth. So for some reason, they were on like were they on the moon or were they on a different planet looking at Earth? And I just remember as a kid, like, it sort of fills your head with mystery, but as you get older, you're like, what the fuck was that, R.L. Stine? That made no sense at all. Does that have anything to do with the plot at all? There's just Earth in the sky? Anyone read Camp Nightmare Goosebumps books? Camp Nightmare? No. I do remember their, like, Choose Your Own Adventure ones were amazing, though. Why are these so late? I know. I have, like, a busy day, and then I finally get around to this. What's up, Shorn? Someone describing pink, weird-looking monsters. They're humans. Yeah. The worms. Oh yeah, say cheese and die. We started playing the first Descendant. Yeah, has anybody played, what is it? Claire Obscura Expedition 33 or whatever it is? Keep hearing good things. Good things. Game of the Year style compliments. R.L. Stine. R.L. Steen. R.L. Epstein. Is R.L. Stine still alive? I hope so, man. He's a streamer now. R.L. Stine. He's 200 years old. Wow. That's crazy. Young pup. What did I have for dinner? Well, I went to Panera earlier in the day. And then I was walking with some friends and we stopped at like an Asian snack store. And I literally just like ate random snacks from the shelf. So really nothing good. And then I think we stopped at another gas station and I ate a meat stick that had cheese in it and a diet soda. So it was not the greatest din-din. How many stories we got tonight? We got 3 thick boys for you, all related to summer camping. I have no idea what they're about. Joel Stein. That's my writer's name. Do you hear that in the background with that song? Dude, I kind of hate whenever like a song adds some weird frequency that makes me nuts. Maybe I'm just a dog and it's like a whistle. Without paying, right? Joel, you dog. Wait, what did I not pay for? Yeah, I stole all the snacks. I held them at gunpoint to get mochi balls. The nuts frequency. Yeah, it was weird. I am a bit of a canine. All I eat is dog treats. That's what Cane's chicken is. It's just dog food for boys. How long a stream for tonight? We'll probably go for like 3 hours or more. We shall see. But you know what? Unless you guys want to chit-chat about anything else, feel free to type whatever. I think we might just kick this off, shall we? Ooh. The S in scumbag is silent. I ate dog treats once. They were pretty good as a child. I did too. I pulled them out of like this place where my aunt and uncle kept them, and it just tasted salty and crunchy. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe dogs got this figured out. You moved to Arizona. Nice. How's that? I hear there's no deer there. Just scorpions that you can shine a black light on. I'm making weed brownies for my aching muscles. There you go. Get absolutely knocked out. I heard there was like some type of THC concentrate that was like a black oil, and you could just like take a little one dropper of that and it was like completely destroy you. What's the creature in the background? That's Wendy. She's on her period. Joseph Jones, what's up? What's up, Freezer? How goes it? Remember PetSmart used to sell treats you and your pet could eat way back in the day. I mean, I guess human food is dog food. And I imagine dog food could be human food too. Why use weed brownies when you can just stream Twisted History? That's true. I'm going to take you on a crazy ride. Arizona gangy. Gang. Okay. Who made it? That's Robin Mikalsen. which Robin is going to have a huge part in my like new channel that I'm launching soon. He's going to be an editor. It's going to be a true crime story. We've already got like 3 videos edited. It's just that I want to like make sure that it has a solid, like comfortable launch. I'll keep you posted on that. Well, you know what I could do? Honestly, just to like preemptively, let's see. I could just link it, and it would just be between me and you guys that you could subscribe to it. Oh shit, I have to find it though. Okay, I'm not gonna find it, am I? Crap. Crap and pap. Damn. And I think I would have to like... Yeah, I don't know if I can... Sorry. Damn. Wait. Maybe I can sort by channels. Let's see. Damn, there's so many. I shouldn't have named it that. It's called Mr. Beast. I don't know if it's gonna go too well. Holy shit. Fart. Fart and double fart. And I don't think I have like a link available. Well, whatever. We'll get to it when we get to it, I guess. But yeah, I'm thinking the new channel like officially will release I think it will officially release probably end of June this month, or in July. It's gonna be like a sort of like bi-weekly upload schedule. Marianka, thank you. Any protein bar recommendations? I don't know. Protein bars are pretty much just like candy bars with bullshit. There's this one, I think it's, what the hell are they called? Like RX bars. Have you seen those? The RX bars are kind of interesting because they're basically just like simplistic ingredients where it's like 3 egg whites, 6 almonds, 5 cashews, 2 dates, and like some sea salt. And that's literally the only ingredients in it, I do believe. Yeah, just like organic bullshit. You don't have to worry about like all the additives, and it's just a nice one. I mean, it's got like good amount of carbs in it too, in case you want to eat it before you work out. But honestly, after you work out, if you really care about getting your protein, you just want to get it from like eggs and steak and protein powder or whatever the fuck. Okay. Let's do it. Let's freaking go. You tried Barbell's Quest, Built Bars. Yeah, a lot of them have like sugar substitutes that are just gonna like mess with your gutty works and probably not make you feel great, and it's not really any better than like a processed candy bar, I guess. But honestly, whatever makes you feel good or you like, sometimes you just gotta eat a candy bar. During the summer of 2013, when we were in our mid-20s, my friend Rachel asked if I wanted to join her, her boyfriend, and a couple of his friends on a camping trip up in the Catskills. It was shaping up to be really... Okay. Do I say this right? Catskills? Or Catskills? Or, shoot. Sorry, let me look up how to say it. How long will the videos be in the new channel? They're honestly only going to be like between like 8 minutes to 15 minutes, because they're all just like true crime stuff. Gonna start gymming again. I hate it here. Yeah, definitely go to the gym. It makes you happy. Catskills. Okay, Catskills. Galactic bitch, welcome to the Buttersuck cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. And a couple of his friends on a camping trip up in the Catskills. It was shaping up to be a really nice, dry summer, and I knew her boyfriend and his buddies were chill, so I think anyone would have found the invitation an actual... Alright, this kind of... Oops. Fucking hell. Justin, thank you for the 2. Says, if you were a pull string doll, what would you say? Change my diaper. Change my diaper. Because every time you pull it, you're actually releasing my bowels into my little doll pants. And it just like soils. I'm like, oh, you just cleaned me. Oh, you just cleaned me. It was shaping up to be a really nice, dry summer, and I knew her boyfriend and his buddies were chill, so I think anyone would have found the invitation. Nice. But for me personally, I was way beyond stoked for the prospect of going on my first ever camping trip, and the reason it was my first stems from a time in my life that I don't even remember anymore. I'm getting the story secondhand from my mom, who to this day is furious that my dad let this happen, but here goes. When I was just 3 years old, some of my dad's old college friends asked if he wanted to join them for a few hours of barbecuing up in one of New York's state parks. He did, and this resulted. Hopefully a Joel doll will come out soon. What's up, Lexi? Rico the Freako, thank you for the gifter to Z. Welcome, Z. Thank you, Rico. Very kind. He did, and this resulted in toddler me accompanying him. But apparently, while Dad and his buddies were flipping ribeyes and talking trash, they went off for a little unsanctioned yours truly... Damn, I gotta warm up, man. Brian Zimmerman, welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. But apparently, while Dad and his buddies were flipping ribeyes and talking trash, yours truly went off for a little unsanctioned wander. Then when Dad and his friends realized that I'd wandered off, they went into a total panic. They went running around the park like men possessed trying to find me, and when they finally did, I was wailing so loud that they heard me long before they saw me. I didn't drop it either. I was still mad when he got me back home, which is how Mom found out that he'd almost lost me during a barbecue trip to the woods with friends. And that was that. Mom developed this general anxiety about me being near any kind of forest or wooded area, like the whole thing had given her some irrational fear. And this meant no hiking, no camping, and most definitely no summer camp. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why I was so stoked to get that invitation. Eventually, Rachel and her boyfriend decided that we'd be headed up to a place called How come you don't say hi to regulars? I do say hi to regulars, my dude. Don't you worry about that. Unfortunately, once in a while I get distracted with the main objective, which is recording the stories. But no, I do say hi to regulars. I'm sorry if I miss you at some point. Papacton. Let me look it up. Do you? Question mark. Wart. See, I say wart every stream. Guaranteed. Everybody needs a catchphrase. Guys, develop your catchphrase right now, and I will say your catchphrase every stream, I promise. Horror Street, what's up, dude? And it's not like I'm trying to avoid anybody. It's just like, you know, sometimes there's a lot going on, and can't always get to it. What's your catchphrase? You gotta come up with it, dude. What's your pull string? Why do you take yours from Halo? Well, that's not my catchphrase. That's Mercenary BDU's catchphrase. He comes in every stream and he says, wart. And I read it because it's like a little sense of comfort that I get. Yeah, Mira says, hi, Joe. Rick Campbell, thank you for the 20. Says, one of my favorite camping stories was when my friends and I got up from our tents for our morning pee in the creek, not realizing my best friend was about 20 feet away drinking downstream. Oh my God. He filled up his entire water bottle, canteen with urine. Thank you, Rick. Thank you for the 20. Maybe you and your friends should get back out there, rekindle things. How to say yummy piss. Papactin. Okay, we got it. Sorry. Drink the piss. I call you Sag Coral. That's true. I don't know why my brain. Ever since I was younger, I used to have, like, even when I was, like, young, I remember talking to friends on, like, AIM, if you remember that shit. It was basically just, like, a messaging thing on your computer through American Online, and, I just remember, like, I would see people's usernames and, like, just sort of, like, dyslexically read them incorrectly, but that's how they would be in my head forever. I am old. About to be 30 motherfucking 5 in 3 days, bro. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Eventually, Papactin, okay. Eventually, Rachel and her boyfriend decided that we'd head up to a place called Papactin Reservoir for a long weekend. Papactin was 12 miles away from the nearest town, but with Highway 30 running all along its southern shore, it was nicely accessible with a couple of cabins and campgrounds, but still secluded enough to feel wild. At least to a bunch of city people it felt wild, but to us, wild meant fun. We drove up towards the end of July with the 5 of us packed into Rachel's old Honda, and we drove until we found a little peninsula with a parking lot, campground, and a boat launch. There were a couple of cabins on the opposite side of the highway, but apart from that, there was nothing but the reservoir, the highway, and what looked like endless woodland beyond. We stuck to our little peninsula for a while, unloading the car and setting up camp, and then after a campfire dinner of beans and hot dogs, we had a few beers as the sun went down and then headed to our sleeping bags. The next morning, we headed down to the shore in 1s and 2s to get an early morning rinse, and then as the boys occupied themselves skimming stones across the water, me and Rachel decided to explore the other side of the highway. I was excited to explore the woods. I mean, it felt like this whole other magical world to me, even being as old as I was. But our little walk served another purpose too. As we walked up and down a short dirt road lined with mostly empty cabins, Rachel told me all about how baby crazy she was getting. She wanted to start a family. Ruh-roh. First internet I had was Walmart Connect dial-up. That's awesome. I remember going from like dial-up to like broadband was like mind-blowing, like how fast it was. Like loading videos that you didn't have to like watch it manifest, or like basically 3D printing a JPEG. And I'm sure internet has gotten faster over time, but it doesn't feel very fast. It's like I really do want like some like massive, I don't even know, just like next level jump in tech. Left Nipple, welcome back for 26 months. Says I love the animation creepy. Thank you, Left Nipple, and thank you for 26 months. And Rico the Freako, thank you for the gift or two. Marianka Markovich, you now have access to bonus content on the bonus content playlist. Your internet was never fast because of LimeWire. You were just like constantly downloading and seeding to others. A chip in your brain will be super fast. You know, I guess that's true, honestly, like, because that's the future, right? The whole Internet of Things or Internet of People, where once everybody's connected to like a Neuralink, the internet will just be connected from person to person, and that sort of strange, abstract interconnectivity that people have, where it feels like psychic connection, I think we'll just be able to make that with technology. Zephirian with the 5 says, been watching you since 2015 when I was a freshman in high school. Now just recently graduated college. Time flies. It really does, dude. That's crazy. It's wild because you're like, there's been many people that have come in and said they've started listening to me in like high school, middle school, and then they graduated college and now they're the president. Donald Trump used to watch me when he was a little baby. It's insane. I used to watch your streams. I used to watch them. I used to fall asleep. Probably the most relaxing voice I think I've ever heard. Really, really funny too, says Probably maybe one too many poop jokes, but that's just him. It's just him. Kaylin, Ranger Danger Fox, welcome back for 38 months. This Joy made another stream near the start. I made another stream near the start. What are you talking about? Another stream near the start? Like you dug a stream out of something? Anyone seen 1408? Is that the one with John Cusack? Like the... Or is that like Room 1408 or something like that? Cusack, John Cusack. What happened to Denise Richards? The Denise Richards I know is pretty much just stays perpetually the same in the movie Starship Troopers. And that's all I want to know. That's all I ever want to know about her, ever. I still have a Yahoo email from before Google was a thing. Yeah, honestly, you should just be using the same email your whole life. If you deviate, things go bad. You end up marrying Charlie Sheen. You should watch Wild Things. I don't think I've seen that, yeah. You got me through my overnight shifts, especially live streams. Thank you. You're welcome, Rico. No worries. Thanks for the support. But yeah, if 1408 is the one with John Cusack, then yeah, that movie's pretty wild. It's like 0 to 100 out of nowhere. Also, I watched a really weird claymation movie from the guy who did claymation in like Star Wars and Jurassic Park. It was called Mad God. It was on Shudder. It's like a Shudder exclusive or whatever. Even though I bought it off of Amazon, and it was good. I mean, it wasn't necessarily quote unquote good, but if you really just enjoy like strange visual spectacles that like take you on like a weird trip. I mean, I don't really smoke or anything like that, but if anybody does smoke and wants to have like a bad trip, watch that movie, Mad God. Stop talking about claymation, you're going to be sick. You don't like claymation movies? Dude, it was good claymation, though. What am I wearing? Khakis. The Northern Lights are visible? Where at? Mad God is crazy. Good, but plotline slightly hard to follow. Yeah, there really is no plotline to it. It's honestly, you know what's crazy about it? Is it reminds me so much of my dreams. You know, because like sometimes I have like some really fucking out there dreams where I'm just, you know, you're crawling from one thing to the next and there's no real rhyme or reason or continuation. Maybe there's an overall mild direction to it or like purpose, but you're just going from like one room to the next, crawling through like a pipe in the ground to like, I don't know, and just like coming across various like creatures and strange oddities, and that's just, I don't know, it was just fun. I enjoy those sort of stream of thought style movies where they focus more on just like the visual flair and the absurdity of it, you know. Joel from State Farm, yeah. Claymation makes your skin crawl. Yeah, I wonder where that all started. It probably maybe it started with like a Pee Wee Herman situation. The Pee Wee Herman situation is crazy. Watching claymation porn, yeah. That's where hentai really got good. She wanted to... Oh my gosh. She wanted to start a family while she was still in her prime childbearing years, she said, but her boyfriend didn't seem anywhere near ready for that kind of responsibility. Apparently, they'd talked it over, and Rachel wanted to stop taking her birth control, but she wouldn't until her boyfriend started taking the whole thing seriously. He claimed he was... She thought he was... He claimed he was... She thought... Okay. This kind of reminds me, I have a friend, and his sister just found out that she's, like, pregnant with, like, from a new boyfriend. And, it's one of those sort of, like, chaotic situations for the family right now, because... I don't know, I don't think anybody's, like, prepared for that at all. Jess, thank you for the 2. Thank you, Jess. If you really think about it, most things in dreams are based on something you saw, read, or thought during the day. That's the crazy thing, is sometimes you have dreams that just, they might be related to experiences in life, but if you ever have the ones that are just like so fucking far out there, you're just like, where did that come from? That's, Joel, have you been super busy with the jump? Why the S and C sounds are super harsh in the podcast Twist of History? Are they really that harsh? Damn. That sucks. I'm sorry about that. Yup, okay. Huh. Like compared to normal. That's weird. I wonder if there's something they like amplified, or... Because I know there's a way to like DS the audio. Maybe it's because I'm like kind of a little bit louder and whatever, so it's... I do have a pop filter, I really do, yeah. It's always like in front of the mic and stuff, so... I mean, when I'm really close to the mic like this, obviously it's not going to mitigate it, but the weird thing with Twist of History is I'm actually pretty far back from the microphone, so the fact that it's not, like, the pop filter's not stopping the S's is a little bit strange to me. There's a video where some guy goes to a gas station and tries to relapse with wine coolers because he found out his kid was his brother. It's pretty interesting. Didn't the Explorers starring Ethan Hawke include claymation like aliens in it? That'd be sweet. Dreams are your mind's way of working through stressful situations or concerns. You really don't know. I definitely agree with that, but if somebody told me that dreams were also sort of a beacon or manifestation from some other realm or universe, or, you know what I mean? Some sort of manner in which your brain also can interpretate incoming signals or interactions with another dimension, I would not be surprised. He claimed he was, she thought he wasn't, and we just kept on talking about the whole thing as we walked away from the cabins and further into the woods. Since I had this irrational fear of getting lost in the woods, or not so irrational given my history, I had my compass with me, and Rachel kept poking fun because I was almost constantly checking our direction. I made some joke about how since she was so worried about the direction her relationship was taking, then it was down to me to worry about the direction of our hike. And she just rolled her eyes as I laughed a little, but after a few more minutes of walking, I wasn't really laughing anymore. I remember stopping dead in the middle of a trail and then turning very quiet. Rachel asked what had gotten into me, but I couldn't answer. I wanted to, but the words wouldn't come out, and when I finally was able, this is what I told her. Around the time I started middle school, I started having these reoccurring nightmares. Mom thought that they were some kind of belated trauma response to getting lost in those woods when I was still little, while Dad thought that they were some manifestation of my concerns with starting a new school. I had no idea why I was having them. I just know that it was hell waking up every night with my sheets soaked with cold sweat. I've been walking through the woods, like dark fairy tale woods, all these twisted roots and branches with no leaves, and then I come across a small stone house. It was so small that it couldn't have been more than one room inside, and the inside looked completely dark, like whatever was in there was swallowing up all the light. In that nightmare, I'd want to run away, but I couldn't. It was like my feet had grown roots and kept me glued to the spot as something shuffled into view from the edges of my vision. It was a creature, with skin like tree bark and hair like flames. And then, as it staggered towards the little stone house, it would always smile at me before walking into the darkness inside, and it was that smile which used to... Good God, I knew a girl in high school who went on to have 2 kids with 2 brothers. Perfect. Keep the family... Well, actually, it would be really confusing. Would it? He's my uncle, but he's also my dad? I don't even know. The dreamscape is other realities of past and future. That might be the case, who knows? And it was that smile which used to scare me. Oh my gosh, I need to reset this. Then, as it staggered towards the little stone house, it would always smile at me before walking into the darkness inside. And it was that smile which used to scare the living hell out of me. The creature had blood all over its teeth and dripping down its chin, like it had just eaten one little girl and still had room for another. But then instead of dragging me inside, the creature just turned its back and walked into the dark, but I still had this feeling of absolute dread gripping me, because in my nightmare I knew that sooner or later I'd walk into the darkness all on my own, whether I wanted to or not, and the creature would be waiting for me. I'm sure a lot of you can now understand why I was so frightened by that nightmare, especially since I used to have it at least 2 or 3 times a week for almost 2 years. Mom. The brothers and cousins, yeah. What's up, Sam? Uncle Daddy. Would I take you under your arm if I was a bald eagle and you were a crow? I always feel like crows or blackbirds or something are always like chasing away the birds of prey. Did you ever notice that? It's like those birds of prey can never just like hunt in peace because there's always a series, like a flock of little annoying chirpers chasing after him. Rico the Freako, thank you for the gifter too. Noble Williams, thank you, Rico. Do you have especially high-end headphones and oh, you're talking. Yeah, Ollie, what do you hear in the podcast? Do you hear, I mean, has anybody else heard like really high S's and stuff? Because I wouldn't be surprised, I mean, but it is something to note to let people know, like let people know on the editing side to take it through like a de-esser, even though, I mean, I try to minimize it on my end. What's up, Vitality? How you doing? How's the stream going? We're good, yeah, we're just cruising through story numero uno. What's up, Christina? It's interesting. Sometimes I think like YouTube must like send notifications in like batches to people because we always get like people showing up at random times together as a group holding hands. I notice you whistle on your S's. Sweet salivating salamander. Yeah, suck. Well, yeah, I guess it just depends. Probably wouldn't hear it if my mouth wasn't like directly in front of the microphone. What's up, Brian? I got tight teeth. They must be spread apart with braces. Mom ended up organizing a visit to a child psychologist, but nothing she advised seemed to help. And then one day, when I was a high school sophomore, the nightmares just kind of stopped. The psychologist said it was just the natural progression of things, and then the sudden end to the nightmares was probably due to me feeling much more settled at school. I was so happy that Wait. Oh, yeah. You got a purty mouth. You got a purty... Sounds like you got dentures? It's from smoking so much crack my whole life. Then I grew up in Pennsylvania, yeah. Yep, Kentucky. Suffering succotash. I was listening to your podcast on Amazon. I was curious if you have any creepy personal stories. Not really, just various strange interactions with people on the internet, but I guess those don't really count that much. Maybe they do. Boop. Welcome back for 17 months. Says befriend the crows and ravens if you want the raptors away from your chickens. Caw, caw, caw. That's a good point. Yeah, they would chase them all away. You live in Gettysburg. Nice, dude. Did you ever see any ghosts? What are some clear differences between people from Pitt and Philly? Oh, man, Pitt and Philly. I mean, I do like Pittsburgh a little bit more. Like, people in Philly kind of... I mean, it's not like wildly apparent, but it does seem like certain aspects of Philly, people were just ruder, People in Philadelphia just have a certain... like they're from the fucking Bronx or something like that, and they're just pissed. Yeah, and the yinses and all that shit. I mean, sure, the language, but I guess people from Philly are just a little bit more excitable and have a degree of anger. The psychologist said it was just the natural progression of things, and that the sudden end to the nightmares was probably due to me feeling much more settled at school. I was so happy that I'd stopped having them that I didn't really care why I'd stopped having them. And then over the years that followed, reminders of the dream. Carly Cush, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. I listened to these lives when I saw sew bandanas and blankets for dogs and cats when I work on my illustration portfolio. Hi, thank you, Penny. Thanks for listening. What's up, dude? No ghosts, but a lot of tourists this time of year. Oh, okay. Interesting. I feel like you should try and see some ghosts out there. I hear it's like the most haunted place. And then over the years that followed, reminders of the dream became less and less frequent. Then, with the stresses of high school, it faded to the back of my mind. And that's where it stayed, too. For maybe 7 or 8 years until I was walking through the woods, and it all came back flooding. Rico the Freako, welcome, or thank you for the gifter too. David Lee Hernandez. Thank you, Rico. Do I still narrate for Mort? You're the reason I watch his videos. I mean, I don't know. I don't technically narrate for Mort. I don't even really know who Mort is. I know his channel. I don't know, man. The people that use, like, I'm gonna go look at his channel. I'm not trying to throw shade or anything, but there's just like a part of me that like doesn't want them to use my narrations anymore. You know what I mean? Because it's like, does he do the art for like 4 days ago? I don't know. Maybe he does it. It seems like he pumps out the fucking content, which is totally fine, honestly. Whatever. No big deal. Instagram horror stories. Huh. Wonder how long ago that's from. But I do remember some of those channels that kind of just, I don't know if they use AI or what programs they use, but they just kind of like shit out the animations so fast. And I'm like, maybe I need to figure out how to do that for my stuff. Just to keep people visually occupied while they listen. I remember when I was a kid, after watching Paranormal Activity, I was afraid to go to bed because I was scared that there was going to have nightmares. Yeah, the nightmares after horror movies are the worst. Yes, please click the live stream, friends. Appreciate you. I used to work for a ghost tour company. We had to wear time-appropriate clothes and went on the battlefield at night. Nice, dude. Did any of these fuckers ever blast out of the wall with a big hairy nut? Did anybody ever ask you that question during one of the ghost tours? And that's where they stayed too, for maybe 7 or 8 years. Until I was walking through the woods, and it all came flooding back to me. And the reason it came flooding back was because it felt like the exact same scenery as my nightmare from all those years before. It wasn't a debilitating kind of shock I was feeling, like I didn't break down crying or start begging to turn back, but having that sensation hit me right between the eyes, having it all look so uncanny. It was definitely a freaky experience. Rachel, on the other hand, was looking at me like she didn't quite know what to say, and to be honest, I understood. We were both very rational, skeptical people adverse to things that were... We were both very rational, skeptical people averse to all things woo-woo. And then there I was, talking about an old nightmare I used to have like it was memories of a... Okay. Then there I was, talking about an old nightmare I used to have like it was memories of a past life or something. She kept that look on her face for a moment before asking, Is everything all right with you? I was fine. At least, I thought I was. And then as we kept walking, I filled her in on the whole woodland activities ban that Mom had imposed. Oh my god, I don't know why I'm struggling so much to find a flow with some of these sentences. It's annoying as shit. I was fine. At least, I thought I was. Then as we kept walking, I filled her in on the whole woodland activities ban. I don't know why, those series of words. The sentences are clunky. It's fucking annoying. It's fine though. It's not a big deal. Dry reading is what it is. I was fine. At least, I thought I was. Then as we kept walking, I filled her in on the whole woodland activities ban that Mom had imposed when I was a kid. I remember how Rachel laughed and I said, "It's all starting to make sense now. Wait. Oh, she said that. Ugh. I remember how Rachel laughed and said, "It's all starting to make sense now. You're basically an agoraphobic." At the time, I thought she was right. I still think she was right in a sense. It's just not the same kind of right that I first figured as we were walking through those woods. As we turned back towards camp, that weird feeling in the pit of my stomach seemed to unknot itself, and I started to enjoy myself again. I figured talking it out with Rachel had helped a bunch, and it was my first time walking through a forest in almost 20-something years, so maybe it really was just my mind playing tricks on me. But it wasn't. Something was out there, just waiting for me to find it. So we had lunch, lounged around on the shore for a couple of hours soaking up the sun, and then went for a swim to work on an appetite for dinner. Then later, while sitting around the campfire, Rachel started playfully joking about my little deja vu experience on our morning hike. It was a very good-natured attempt at humor, she wasn't being mean or anything, but the comment sparked a wider conversation that, thanks to her boyfriend's buddies, touched on things like past lives, remote viewing, and other seemingly illogical stuff. Or at least it seemed illogical, until I started thinking about it. Maybe it was the alcohol that got me thinking Okay. I really hope... Oh fuck, sorry. I extended my back scratcher. For some reason my back is very itchy. Dude, back scratchers are the coolest fucking thing. It's you can either get one of those or grow a tree near your computer so you can rub against it like a bear. Sorry about your ear. My ear! It's ripped off. It's your ears are actually bleeding. Wonder if there's I wonder if there's a frequency that could make people's ears bleed. I feel that's the questions that the CIA just sit around a big table and they're what can we do to make everyone's lives complete hell? At least it seemed illogical until I started. Also, if this story is just about a past life or something, that'd be so annoying. Oh, okay. Or at least it seemed illogical until I started thinking about it. Maybe it was the alcohol that got me thinking they could be right in some way, but I'd felt deja vu before, and what I felt on that hike was very, very strong. If deja vu was Budweiser, then what I'd experienced was straight Tito's vodka. My God. If deja vu was Budweiser, then what I experienced was straight Tito's. Same ballpark, just way more intense. Sorry guys, this is such a fucking clunky bullshit mess of me reading. Honestly, I think on my birthday on Wednesday I might just eat a bunch of fucking cookies. Faceless, happy birthday, dude. Happy B-Day. If deja vu was Budweiser, then what I experienced was straight Tito's. Same ballpark, just way more intense. I woke up the next morning feeling considerably more rational, and we repeated the morning ritual of heading down to the shore with our towels, soap, and bathing suits to wash away the mental cobwebs. We then had ourselves some breakfast while we decided what to do with our Saturday, then agreed to head out into the woods on an extended hike. Since I was feeling back to my regular self again, I was super excited to get back on the trails, and the next couple of hours were just fantastic. The weather was great, Rachel's boyfriend and his buddies were great company, and perfect gentlemen, really, and the trails weren't too rough or demanding for what amounted to my first real hike. We packed ourselves some lunch in the form of some crackers, jerky, and granola bars, and I know I drank like a metric ton of water too, because it wasn't long before I needed to use the bathroom. I was a little shy about being outside around others, so much so that I ended up putting at least 50 or 60 yards between me and the group before I felt comfortable enough to drop my shorts. And when I finally found a nice enough spot, I did my business, pulled up my shorts, and then kind of instinctually looked over my shoulder just to make sure that I was still alone. I looked one way, then the other, and that's when I noticed something about the treetops in the near distance, and how oddly familiar they seemed. Then the longer I looked, the more that skin-crawling feeling of déjà vu came slowly creeping back. I kept telling myself, "Hey, Roki the Fur! Thank you for the 10 gifters to Alona Jane Alvier, Angelica DS, Mary Callan Weath, Taylor Rock, Alicia, Jess W., Jennifer Seamer, Luis Escobedo, and Maybe Sunshine, and What's New. Welcome, friends. Thank you so much. Roki, you said you had some pretty terrible engine trouble. Did you get that figured out? Because I don't want you to feel like you have to spend any money here since you got to fix your truck. But thank you. Actually... furries are the kindest people, really. It'd be kind of funny to hire a furry hitman. It's like Agent 47, but he's just like wearing a big fox outfit. And they're like, he got away again. How did he know? And he's just like standing there like a mascot. My voice is pretty. Thank you. Why the sad face for it? Do you want the voice too? Honestly, hiring a furry hitman isn't as funny as you'd expect. It's not funny? I'm sorry, guys. Because it's actually happened. Can I hire a furry to follow me around and tell me nice things randomly throughout the day? I don't think they can talk. I'm fairly certain that it's part of the furry code that you... Well, I am a furry, but in slug diaspora. So, like, I think slugs can talk, but normal furries or other cream, they're not supposed to say anything ever. So that's what's really strange to me, is like, why do so many maybe that's the thing. Furries aren't supposed to talk in real life. That's why they're always yapping on Twitter. What's my favorite color? I like green. Agent Furry 7. Thank you, Boop, with the 369. Damn, real fine. Oh, that'd be kind of sick if you were like a slug, but you had like on your shell it was like covered in maybe some type of mold, and that would be like the furry aspect. Agent Furry 7. We should start a furry church. I wonder if those suits are, because there's so many like random videos, and don't ask me how I'd seen this or anything like that, but I've seen like furry videos where they like get into bathtubs and get their suit all wet, and it's supposed to be like sort of, I'm not really sure what's going on with that. Like, are they trying? Is it sexy? Okuyasu. Nijimura with the 2 says, stay sluggy. Thank you, friend. Appreciate you. I'm staying real sluggy. Almost got me. What's up, Cringe Core? How you doing, dude? I kept telling myself I should stay put, that I was messing with some kind of mental health thing, and that I'd live to regret not being more cautious. But in the end, I just couldn't help myself. I had to know why I was feeling the way I did, and at the time, only the woods seemed like they had any answers. So I walked towards the oddly familiar treetops, the trunks of which were hidden behind a low rise, and then as I crested that, I suddenly felt myself beginning to feel faint, because what I saw was impossible. It was a small, concrete structure, maybe shoulder height and just a few feet wide, with a slanted concrete roof in the shape of an inverted. I never hiked before, but said crested. Put one leg over my shoulder, put another leg over my shoulder, and then and then a what? What's up, Gabriella? Wait, I hope I didn't upset Roki with that. I was just joking about maybe he is, who knows? Maybe he's a traveling furry assassin. And I just gave up his whole shtick. Honestly, truck drivers have been known to put out a few hits. Oh, I'm good. Okay, thank you, Roki. I'm mainly just afraid to get assassinated is what I'm mainly afraid of. But thank you again for the 10. Very kind. Did you answer what happened to your engine, or what's the deal? Hey, how do you have a P.O. box or something where we can send you gifts or appreciative letters? I should, honestly. I should just get one. Where would I put it? Where do you put it? Do you put it really far away from your house so that nobody ever finds you? And then if you do, is somebody just gonna sit at that address and wait for you to come pick up your, you know what I mean? Wait for you to come pick up your stuff, and then they throw a sack over your head and furry assassinate you. Rebecca Reagan, welcome to the Buttersock cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. The weirdos would track me down. Yeah, it's I would like a nice letter, but you know what you can do? They just invented this thing called email. And you can send me a nice email saying thank you, and I will say, you're welcome. Yeah, talk to the furry council. Let them know I want a truce. Some sort of Latin words here. El gante el truso. Let them know I said that. Fry's been holding onto his foreskin for years, and I finally get it. This channel I follow has theirs at P.O. Box 69 in Gaylordsville, which happens to be a few towns over from where he lives. Yeah, and does anyone have any issues with it? When he goes to Gaylordsville, someone's sitting there waiting with a spiked bat? I didn't like what you said about liberals! Rah! I get butt rammed. Yeah, I don't want to get butt rammed, guys. You can pick up stuff in your P.O. box at pretty much any time, though, so you can easily wait till a time when, if anyone else was there, just be careful with. Yeah, but then it'd be so annoying where I'm oh, fucking some guy's here, dude. I freaking drove over 2 hours. You get stuff shipped to my address, it's fine. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll send my P.O. box to someone else, and then they can play with all the pipe bombs. Do people harass you via email ever? Nah, not anymore. I haven't really gotten a whole lot. And I'm sure it goes to spam if anybody says anything because at this point with AI email and all the shit, inbox stuff, it can filter out all the negative words or whatever. I did get a message recently. It just said, "Hi, Joe. with like an angry emoji face, and I was like, oh, this person means business. Oh yeah, you could hire somebody to pick up my mail. That'd be funny. Ted Kaczynski style. It was a small concrete structure, maybe shoulder height and just a few feet wide, with a slanted concrete roof in the shape of an inverted V. The entrance was fairly small, but it was deep enough to shroud the furthest point in a haze of darkness. I'd seen it before. It didn't look exactly the same as I remembered, but I had seen it before. Hundreds of times, in fact, in that horrible, repetitive nightmare I'd done so much to forget. And I couldn't believe it. All those years of thinking it was something my imagination had cooked up, and it had been real the whole time. I can barely explain the feeling because the structure wasn't the exact same as the one from the nightmare. It wasn't a little stone cottage with a door and a window and whatnot, but at the same time, I just sort of knew. Like it had lit up some long dormant synapse in my brain that said, we've seen this before. But if I'd seen it before, if I'd seen it in my nightmares, what about the monster I saw? The one with skin like bark and hair like fire? Being the skeptic that I am, and even though I was 99% certain that no such supernatural creature exists in the world, having the ultra-vivid feeling of déjà vu had me so unsettled that, just for a moment, I found myself terrified something was about to emerge from the structure's shadows. Obviously that didn't happen, because unless you're counting grizzly bears and tigers and all of that, monsters aren't real. But curiosity drew me further and further towards that structure, until finally, I was just a few feet away from its entrance. And like I said, it went back pretty deep. So deep I couldn't see all the way in without crouching down and sort of peering inside to let my eyes adjust to the dark. Then when I did, I could see a potato hooked up to a computer. A guy was running Crisis on a potato. Did I mean to burp at the end of a few videos back? I always mean to burp. Every one of my burps have a purpose. Any fire lookout stories come up? I didn't know why, but they terrify me. There was one recently, probably a month ago or so, on the channel. Unless you've already watched that one. I have a question. When Joel becomes Alex Jones level famous, who gets to be the #1 cult member? I think it's you, Captain. You're pretty much my Candace Owens. Did something ever come from that threatening email that you received, that crazy girl? Yeah, we found where she lived. And we let her know that she is not invited to the cookout. And then when I did, I could see the shape of something covered up by layers of dead leaves and small branches. It felt like I was the end. It felt like I was at the end of some years-long journey. I couldn't just stand up and walk away, no matter how strong the feeling of dread was, burning away inside my chest. And so I leaned in further and brushed away some of the foliage covering the shape and saw a boot. It looked old, like it had been there for years, maybe even decades, and I don't know what possessed me, but I decided to reach in and just drag it out. But when I did, and I tugged it free, I saw a length of bone come with it. I knew it wasn't just an animal bone, not because I'm some expert in anatomy or anything like that, but because of the way it shifted right as I moved the boot, like I'd disturbed something that had been resting for a very long time. I pulled back immediately as that magnetic feeling of curiosity turned to one of overwhelming repulsion, and I got up, and I ran, all the way back to Rachel and the group where I breathlessly relayed what I had just seen. I didn't say anything about my childhood nightmares or that weird feeling that I'd seen it or been there before. There was no time for anything like that because there was something very real in that strange concrete structure. I asked someone to call 911, but Rachel's boyfriend and his buddies insisted on seeing the bones before they called anyone. And I get it. I don't think they didn't believe me so much as they couldn't believe what I was telling them. I mean, we'd already kind of established that I was a total newbie when it came to hiking and camping and all of that. But when I said I wasn't sure it wasn't an animal bone, I know they must have felt a hell of a lot of doubt. A hell of a lot of doubt of this stuff? Crazy crap? Use the poop sock. That would have put her straight, yeah. Uh-oh. Mommy found the poop drawer and the poop sock. What will she do on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z? I'd love to see a video about how you edit to listen for breaks, but I can't tell you guys skills, bro. Yeah, I have a microphone on top of this that starts and stops, and every time it starts and stops, it creates a WAV file, a WAVD file. And so whenever I bring it to my editing program, you can just see where all the cuts are. So I basically take where I fudge up at the end of one sound, record one out of one audio bite, and then I go to the beginning of the next audio bite and I just cut them together. So it's really easy, honestly. Hey, Roki the Fur, thank you for the 20, says, my semi's engine ran away. Googled diesel runaway. I'm renting another while I replace it. A few bucks don't make a difference when the repair is $29,000. I'm actually heading from Southern California to Pittsburgh. Oh, nice, dude. Well, enjoy the burg and stay safe. I know the turns in that city are pretty tight, so hopefully it's not too much for you. But yeah, very sorry about the runaway engine. That sounds terrible. Hopefully you get it figured out and don't have to take out like a loan or some shit to fix something. But who knows, maybe this will be where you start your own trucking company and you send out a fleet of your own squad. It'll be like the Uber of truck driving, where you just deliver delicious snacks to my house. I very steps newbie. Oh yes. I've been away for a bit working with saw you working with Mr. Ball, and I'm pumped for you, man. You seriously did it. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm excited. Gonna be recording this week and more stuff ready for further episodes, and as always, new episodes out every Wednesday. A bunch of lame real world true stories that are more likely to happen than running into a cryptid, but they're way less fun to listen to. Yeah, cryptid stories are honestly some of my favorites. I do hope we get to do more of that at some point. Hit Tsubasa with the 2 says, Guidawi. I Guidawi hit the Guidi. What's up, Potato? Caramel, no worries, good to see you. I had a bunny that my cousin used to roughhouse with. One night, I had a dream about a French girl in fully cycling gear on my cousin's lap. She said she passed in an accident, and now she is my bunny. That's crazy. Especially since, like, the French girl past life, like, where did that come from, you know what I mean? Whatever collab with Lighthouse, of course, yeah. I was kind of in communication with Lighthouse recently, so I don't know if a collaboration will happen, but I'd be more than happy to read anything on their channel or vice versa and all that kind of stuff, or just do some cross promos. That would be great. I think they got a great channel. Sucks to a broken truck. We have Volvos and they broke down all the time. Driver stuck in New York for weeks, so we get out of the trucking business. Oh god, yeah, that sounds rough. Love the twist of history. Don't change anything. All right, you got it. We'll stay on task. You heard of Lighthouse from me 5 years ago. Really? Did I mention them that long ago? Have they been around that long? For some reason I feel like I had only found them like a year ago. Time really is flying by way too fast. Like, what's even going on? Like, what's even supposed to happen next, you know? We're just supposed to, like, live our lives and just make money and chill. Aliens. Guess aliens would be the big thing, huh? Do you know Darkness apparently does a lot of crypto? Yeah, Darkness is great. Is it me, or does it feel like when he mentions your name on here, it's like the lead singer of a major band pulling you up on stage? Get up here! And then we pick you up and we throw you into the crowd, and you're straight up stage diving. A twist of Joel, peanut butter whiskey, and a twist of sour lemon. That does sound yummy. I mean, we'd already kind of established that I was a total newbie when it came to hiking and camping and all of that, but when I said that I was sure that it wasn't an animal bone, I know they must have felt a hell of a lot of doubt and therefore wanted to see it for themselves. Well, we walked all the way out to the trees that I'd recognized and that weird concrete playhouse type thing. Then when they looked inside, they had almost the exact same holy crap reaction I did, and then whoever's cell phone had bars ended up calling the cops. We had to wait around for an hour or so for them to arrive, but when they did, 2 cops pulled over to the side of the highway after we waved them down. Then we walked them out to that concrete structure and where a human skeleton was partially covered in leaf litter. They took one look at it before one of them started speaking into his radio and saying how they needed all kinds of assistance to secure the crime scene and examine the remains. The cops asked us a bunch of questions while they waited for their partners to show up, but obviously no one really had... What's my favorite what? Snack? Joel, you're a deep thinker. That's cool. Random moments of awareness. I mean, it's been hitting me like way too much lately, I guess, like being... I don't know what the fuck. Like there was like almost like this strange type of feeling like after I've done some pretty big collaborations with, No Sleep Podcast and now Mr. Ballin, like straight up hosting one of their podcasts. There was just like this weird sort of like, fuck me, man, what's next, in a good way, in the sense that I should like think of more further goals to try to accomplish, but also you just sort of like self-reflect upon especially turning 35 here soon. Like 35 is like one of those ages where you're just like, you're in it, man. You lived a full life, and if you get blown up by a roadside bomb, I mean, there will be a tear or two shed, but nobody's going to be asking too many questions. Is the Australian homie still doing the animation, killing it for show? Australian homie doing the animations. Was that Llama Arts? Was he Australian? I am now an adult. That's the crazy thing is, yeah, it's like maybe I just didn't take things seriously enough or whatever to this point. And I feel like I really got to lock the fuck in. Wendigoon collab. That would be amazing, yeah. Hopefully something, like, if I can think of something I can offer, Wendigoon, but, if he has any ideas or whatever, I can promote their podcast, but at the same time, like, I'm sure their podcast doesn't really need much promotion, but I would be more than happy to read something on it or whatever. You collabed with No Sleep When? Yeah, Reese, I'm going to be a regular narrator on there, and there's, I think it was season 22, episode 22, story number 3 is where I narrated on there, and then I think something else as well. Time of my life, I know, kind of weird. If you're going to go skydiving, you should have done it in your 20s. Yeah, I really don't have any desire to skydive, because like if shit goes wrong, you're just like gonna be kicking yourself in the ass as you're smushed on the ground, like, fuck, dude, I shouldn't have jumped out of a goddamn plane. Like, that's usually what you're not supposed to do. I mean, it does seem interesting. Also, I found out that Tom Cruise is 62, and apparently whenever Ian McKellen or whatever was filming Lord of the Rings and he played Gandalf, they were the same age. So he was 62 when he played Gandalf, and Tom Cruise is 62, and he looks, I mean, granted, obviously Tom Cruise is like kind of an anomaly in that sense, but it just like blows my mind that they were the same age. Am I scared of roaches? I guess I'm not necessarily scared of them. I do find them quite gross. I remember staying at a house in Hawaii years ago, and I just had to like squish like probably 12 of them. Tom Cruise is a Scientologist. I should start learning about all that recently. Yeah, is there anything interesting about it? Or is it just all psychobabble? Tom Cruise is a truly tragic character. Yeah, I don't really know much about him. He's one of those like sort of Hollywood types that has so many layers of protection around him in that sort of A-list actor sense that I don't think you ever actually be able to like find out who the true Tom Cruise actually is. It's like if you're ever going to see him, he's going to be on like Oprah, and then for some reason that like give the State of the Union on behalf of a president for no reason. But he's going to do it from like a monitor, and he's like, hey guys, I'm on the set of filming Mission Impossible 18. We're actually on Mars right now. Hope you're doing well. Enjoy the next 4 years with this president. It's going to be a crazy one. Peace. He says deuces. Deuces. Deuces, folks. Tom Cruise got that Scientology stem cell treatment. He will never age, the eternal poster child. Oh, he gets stem cell treatments. Interesting. They're coming out with a new Lord of the Rings movie, The Hunt of Gollum. Oh, I hope it's not dog shit. The show on Amazon just looks so bad. And honestly, part of the reason I heard that it wasn't even like true to the original stuff wasn't just like the shitty writing, but was the fact that they like didn't go through the appropriate measures to like secure the complete Tolkien estate of books or whatever. So I'm fairly certain that they didn't get the Silmarillion, right? So like they had to like just fill in most of the old shit with like making up stuff or whatever. You're telling me he's in his 60s and that making me realize he was bordering that age doing stunts the latest Mission Impossible law. Yeah, isn't that crazy? I mean, he is a beast. He's just, I mean, that's what's cool thing about being 60 is if you just work out your entire life, you should be able to like maintain something. But obviously he's 100 millionaire, so I'm sure he gets lots of treatment throughout the year to just stay as healthy as possible. They tried to flesh out the Silmarillion, right? Yeah, or did they have access to it or no? Hi Joel, my birthday is also Wednesday. Any life advice you got from someone going into their 30s? Just work out, you know what I mean? Work out and try to find a job that you like or whatever, and try to find friends. But yeah, definitely work out as much as you can and try not to eat as much shit. I mean, obviously you're going to have like a day where you eat shit like your birthday or whatever, but just lift weights and do cardio. Hit the gym, kid. The cops asked us a bunch of questions while they waited for their partners to show up, but obviously no one really had anything to tell them except for me. Again, I didn't say anything about those nightmares. I just told them about finding that body after wandering off to the... Again, I didn't say anything about my nightmares. I just told them about finding the body after wandering off to go to the bathroom. And then after that, since we obviously weren't suspects, the cops told us that we were free to leave, but that they might be in touch. As we walked back to our camp, I felt terrible for being such a buzzkill, but I was so freaked out from finding those bones that I couldn't get myself settled in again, so I asked Rachel if it was okay to just give me a ride back home. She told me it was no problem at all, and that we kind of jointly rolled our eyes when the boys... There was no way they were leaving. Oh, okay. You find a body. We're not leaving. You ruined my Hawaii dream just now. Not that I would ever be able to go. I hate roaches. Well, you might be able to go. It's just like Hawaii, I'll be honest with you. Hawaii is beautiful. Great hiking, great beaches, beautiful scenery, literally in Jurassic Park. But, you know, it's the same as every other area of the United States, covered in fucking highways and roads that basically just lead you from one Pizza Hut to the next Pizza Hut. And yeah, I mean, I'm not saying everywhere has roaches, but there's a lot of fucking disgusting flying roaches. There's a lot of drug use in Hawaii. You're either like a methed out drug addict or you're like severely obese. There's like no in between. I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? It is incredible. It truly is incredible, but it's, you know, it's got all the issues of everywhere else. You just have to, I guess, figure out your trip as you go. I would immediately go to Pizza Hut and only to Pizza Hut. Yeah, the Hawaii Pizza Hut is amazing. Everything just automatically comes with pineapple on it. The iguanas do smoke crack. That's a good point. If someone wants to go to Hawaii to get meth, I'm not going to hold you back. Because that's why I went, and it was organic. Sitting here looking at my early birthday, my new fish tank. I'm a June birthday too, a few days after Joel. Nice, dude. You got a new fish tank? You got to keep it nice and clean. What about Jamaica? I have been to Jamaica. I went there for a wedding. Jamaica was beautiful too. It's just unfortunate that basically it was sort of, at least from, once again, these are my limited experiences. I haven't been to all the islands of Hawaii. I think it was just a Oahu, you know. And I think I would get very skittish being like landlocked all the time, to where it takes like an hour to drive to one side of the island and an hour to drive back, and you're just kind of like stuck there. It is quite beautiful, obviously. But yeah, Jamaica's beautiful, but it's like as soon as you get off the plane and then you start driving to your hotel, it's like, it's poverty everywhere, right? And then like a bunch of like failed, incomplete hotels and stuff. And then even when you get to your like, you know, all-inclusive, you know, swim up to the bar, which is really cool. Like swimming up to a bar is really just like to know that you're just going to spend a day where you're in a pool and you just swim up and drink as much as you want, even though they don't make the drinks very strong, which kind of sucks. But and then they even have like this one area had like a contained beach, so you could like get on these little boats that had like sails on them and just be out a little bit further, but there's like a net, you know, like keeping you from going too far. But then to go from there to like the nightclubs or bars, which you take, or any other location, it's like you have to drive past like further poverty. So it's kind of like that sad juxtaposition between like people who are quite wealthy or normal wealth, I guess, in America, and yeah, the ultra poor, you know. So wee bit sad. Is that how Cancun was? Yeah, makes sense. I pee in the pool, yeah. For as much as I drank, I think they just let you do it. She told me it was no problem at all, and then we kind of jointly rolled our eyes when the boys said that there was no way in hell they were leaving. They actually thought it was kind of cool that I'd found some body and wanted to hang out to see if the media showed up. And that was whatever, I guess. Boys will be boys. And Rachel hadn't mentioned what I'd told about my dream, and all they knew was that I got that creepy sense of deja vu, so I don't blame them for not totally understanding why I couldn't stay. But I just couldn't handle being there, and as we drove away, it felt like this huge weight was being lifted off my chest, and I could breathe again. Rachel dropped me back off at my apartment, and then decided that she'd stay with me overnight before driving back to the Catskills in the morning, as the boys still needed a ride back home. She must have figured that I needed someone to talk to, and I really did, because I couldn't reconcile the bizarre similarities between what I'd seen in my dream and what I'd found out in those woods. I'd never known anything to stretch my skepticism to its absolute limits, and it was not a pleasant experience. I didn't know if I was going crazy or not, and I clung to the hope that there was some kind of rational explanation for what was going on. Thankfully, it turned out there was some kind of rational explanation. I just inadvertently delayed hearing it by avoiding talking to the one person I needed to, my mother. And for reasons that should be pretty obvious by now, I had no intentions whatsoever of telling my mom about that camping trip. I didn't want her to worry and potentially start some kind of argument, so I kept my mouth shut about it, and I continued to keep my mouth shut about it. About it. Mouth shut. Legs spread. Andromeda, what's up, dude? I'm your Dom, your Dominique. The Dominator. I'm from the islands. Potato Safety Squad. The food is so good. I need to eat food. I don't, though. I don't. I need to starve to death, actually. I didn't want to worry her or potentially start some kind of argument, so I kept my mouth shut about it and continued to keep my mouth shut about it for a while. Damn it. You're a girl. I think you can call girls dudes, right? Like, what's up, dude? Like, dude is obviously more geared towards guys, but I think dude can be also like gender neutral. A literal IRL grill. I didn't want to worry her or potentially start some kind of argument, so I kept my mouth shut about it, and I continued to keep my mouth shut about it for a whole 24 hours or so before I finally broke and called her. She wasn't mad that I'd gone to the Catskills. She wasn't mad that I hadn't told her either. She wasn't happy about it, but she appreciated that I was a grown woman who could make my own choices. I told her everything, from feeling weird to finding that body, and then when I was finished, she asked where exactly we'd visited, and I told her the Catskills, and after a couple of seconds of silence, she asked, where exactly? And then when I told her that we were camped near the Papacton. The one place I would go to is the Barbados. It's unbelievably beautiful, safe, and peaceful. That does sound nice. It's weird when your wife calls you bro. Yo, bro. Do I know the definition of dude? I know the country of origin. Germany. Guyana is the only English-speaking country in South America, and they sound like they're from the islands, but the only way people get where it is, we have to say Jim Jones, and they go, oh, that's crazy. Jim Jones brought English to that. That's crazy. I'm reading live and talking. Yeah. I'm just recording for the stories tomorrow and chit-chatting. I haven't had homemade recipes in a while, but I was born there. I use spices from there, like bagong, the salt shrimp paste, and while I eat rice with everything. That sounds good. Pookie is German? Nice. Then, when I told her we were camped near that reservoir, she says, oh God, let me call your father. I'll get right back to you when I'm done. She called back within minutes and then told me something along the lines of, sweetie, I need you to brace yourself for me, but the place you went missing when you were a kid, it was up near that reservoir. The reason why it felt like you'd been there before, it's because you have. I guess these days I kind of kick myself for not putting it together sooner, but I guess it's also a testament to just how powerful the brain is in terms of filing away memories you think you've forgotten. I ended up contacting the cops who dealt with that body just to try and fill in the gaps in the story a little. They didn't know the whole story either, and at first, they weren't too excited on sharing any details with me. But when I said that I gotten lost in the area as a child and had these sort of weird nightmarish / memories about a monster crawling into the concrete structure, they suddenly got very interested in what I had to say. I won't go into everything that was said. It was a long and meandering conversation that touched on a lot of stuff that I've already covered, but this is the long and short of it. I'm 99% certain that I saw the person who died in that structure, which turned out to be half-finished housing for an electrical transformer or something like that, walk in there before they passed away. The cops said that they figured the guy was some hunter, because there were scraps of camouflage clothing still clinging to that skeleton's leg bones, which was probably why the monster in my dream had skin like bark. And then, its hair that looked like fire. Well, you guessed it, an orange hunting cover that turned to flames in my nightmare. But what about the blood all around that creature's mouth? Well, both me and the cops figured that following some kind of severe hunting accident, the guy realized that he was dying and probably wasn't going to make it. So rather than die out in the open where his body would almost certainly be torn apart by animals, he crawled into that half-built transformer housing and then just laid down and died in the hopes that someone would end up finding him. The only thing the cops wouldn't talk to me about, not because they didn't know it themselves, I'm not sure who's talking to whom. Hey Jay. Yeah, sometimes I think you can like at people. You type the at like shift 2, right? You type shift 2 and then you can type someone's name if you want to address them directly, and then they'll like see it light up in orange. No one understands me when I meh talk, buddy. Le meh tell you something when meh cook meh use them way peppers on meh body punish next day. Hell yeah, dude. The only thing the cops wouldn't talk to me about, and not because they didn't know it themselves, was what exactly caused the wound which killed the hunter. They knew. I'm almost certain of that, because they told me they'd completed a forensics Bombaklat. They knew. I'm almost certain of it, because they told me that they'd completed a forensics exam. Forensics exam. Bombaklat! I need to use Bombaklat more frequently in my life. I think everyone needs to adopt that phrase. Do you have live chat turned on? I do, my dog. Are you typing something that's not going through or something? Apologies about that. YouTube's really weird about, I don't know, like including links or like social media or anything of that nature. Bombaklat! How do you do the video backgrounds? That's Robin. He does like 3D animation and stuff like that. We need more Bombaklat. We need a Bombaklat Disney princess. Tom Hanks has a Jamaican son. That's awesome, dude. I'm proud of him. He went to Philly once. People were mean as fuck. Yeah. Philly is not as mean as New York, but it's definitely not that nice. Everyone's kind of a Bombaklat. Blood clot. He has subnormal children, then one son has dreadlocks and speaks patois with his Jamaican brothers, man. Is he actually from Jamaica? Or like, is he had a baby with someone from Jamaica? Aidan Pierce with tattoo. Hey Joel, I'm a fan and just wanted to say hi. Thank you, Aidan. Good to see you. Bazinga. Bazunga. People have always been extremely nice to you in New York. I don't know, dude. I've gone about like 3 times, and every time I go, it's like drivers suck. People are just not in the mood, bro. And, you know, maybe I'm just in the wrong places. But, I don't know. I just feel like my soul gets sucked out of me every time I go to Bombaklat, New York. Dabujada Red. Okay. The only thing the cops wouldn't talk to me about, and not because they didn't know it themselves, was what exactly caused the wound which killed the hunter. They knew. I'm almost certain of it, because they told me they'd completed a forensics exam. Is it forensic? Forensics exam. Super mega in love with the new podcast. When did you get it? When do we get a new episode? It should be every Wednesday. Every Wednesday at 3 a.m. EST. So, if you're a late night owl or a morning dove, you'll get it. Megadapani soktya. Yeah. Dinu did a forensics exam on the bones and I found a boomba clot. Yeah. The boomba clot was the cause of death. That a boomba. Dude, I need like a big djembe drum or something. When are you bringing back the drawings on videos? I mean, that would be sweet. It's tough because you have to like coordinate with someone, and then you know what I mean. They have to get it to you, and then my editing software is complete shit, dude. My Sony Vegas is the worst editing software on earth, and I'm so lazy. I don't want to learn a new freaking Boomaclot software. You know what I mean? And so sometimes when I render videos with like a long MP4 in it, it takes forever. And then it also like will just crash. It'll just like crash, you know what I mean? So it like totally throws your day. Like totally throws your day off. It freaking sucks. Life as a content creator is actually so hard. Waking up at 5 p.m. They knew. I'm almost certain of it because they told me they'd completed a forensics exam of the bones. They just wouldn't tell me if it was a gunshot which killed the man, which possibly indicated murder, or if the wound had been caused by something like a sharp branch or a deer's antler or something, in which case it could have been nothing more than a tragic hunting accident. I'd like to be able to say that I helped in some way, but nothing I had to say did anything for the investigation other than roughly confirm the date of the man's death, which the cops had already had an idea of anyways. Wait, so what did the girl see? How did she see this guy dying? Like she saw him like crawling when she was little and like didn't Boomba Clot and do anything about it? Do I do my own editing? I do, yeah. I do my own editing. Different lilts. Lily lilts. 5 p.m. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm sure some. I've seen like some of the like really hardcore streamers who stream all the time. I feel bad for them. Their like sleep schedule is everywhere, all over the place. Okuyasu Nijamura with the 2 says, can you mix the oh my gosh, Stacy. We did have found the Boomba Clot. All up in that ass. Oh, no found the Boomba Clot, yeah. All up in that ass, they see found the Boomba Clot. All up in that ass. The Jamaican forensics examiner. Your wife had passed away. She had a Boomba Clot in her asshole. I'm very sorry to tell you the news. If you want to do a Trini accent, you gotta make your accent sing-songy. I'm singing. I've been singing all the time. How does one get into storytelling online? And a lot. You just gotta do it. Just gotta go and get it. Am I still friends with anyone from high school? Oh yeah, dude. Some of my best friends that I made in high school are like still my best friends now, which some people would say is immature. I say we are just two kindred souls that found, well, multiple kindred souls that found each other at a good time. And, you know, nothing wrong with having lifelong friends. I have no idea how I found you live today. Thank you, yeah. Yeah, and Marianka, be sure to, there is, now that you're a member, there is a bonus content playlist with lots of extra videos, and I hope you get a chance to go check that out. It's in the playlist. What year did I graduate? I graduated 2008. As you know, I am 35 mother flipping years old. So I was around when Nixon was assassinated by JFK. You guys have friends? Question mark. Gotta have a computer degree. I wouldn't even know how to edit, record background. Yeah, it's really not like, I mean, it's just like familiarizing yourself with any other software. Like if you can fuck around with Facebook, you know what I mean? You can figure out how to edit a video. There's like 1,000 different, there's 1,000 different YouTube videos you can watch and get really good at doing art and shit, you know what I mean? Longer words when Guyana is quipped and short. Oh, okay, interesting. You was 5 in 2008. Yeah, we all gotta be born sometime. Yeah, what shows were even on in 2008 that someone at 5 years old, holy fuck, would even be watching? SpongeBob. What was on in 08? I don't even know, bro. The Sweet Life of Zack and Chody. Wow Wow Wubsy. What the fuck is that show? Wipeout. Family Guy. Hell yeah, dude. Kitten Screaming. Never seen that. Justice League. That was on television. Max and Ruby. That's like a dog, right? That does investigations or something. Poop a Pig. Yo-Yo. What is it? Yo-Yo Gabba Gabba. You guys ever watch? Is it called Yo-Yo Gabba Gabba? That one was good. Courage the Curdly Durg. Alondra, thank you. Just one yo, sorry. See, I watched something else totally different. It was a double Yo Gabba. Yo squared, Gabba squared. I'd like to be able to say that I'd helped in some way too, but nothing I had to say did anything for the investigation other than roughly confirm the date of the man's death, which the cops already had an idea of anyways thanks to whatever they did. And I guess the only good thing that came of it for me personally was the clarity and closure I got from talking to the police. It was a relief like no other that It was a relief like no other to know that I wasn't going crazy, and that I'd be damned good. Dude, this one's been a struggle, brother. Real struggle, brother, man. It was a relief like no other to know that I wasn't going crazy, and that oh my God. It was a relief like no other to know that I wasn't going crazy, and that I had a damn good reason for feeling so off in those woods, especially those woods where I'd been traumatized so horribly when I was still just a little toddler. I'm not sure they ever figured out who the guy was or if anyone was missing him. I certainly didn't hear about anything in the news, and believe me, I was looking. Especially those woods, where I had been traumatized so horribly when I was still just a toddler. I can only hope that someday they figure out what happened so that poor man can finally rest in complete and everlasting peace. Powder Puff Boys, did they release that? I remember they fought the Powder Puff Boys, but I don't know if they ever, actually had a show. You were my age in 08. It's all good. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to think of the year 1862. Interesting year, right? Sounds like a long time ago. But in the year 1862, someone was being born. And someone was your age. Someone was also dying in the year 1862 from old age and probably a Boombaclot. So honestly, in many ways, time isn't real. It's just an ever-continuous present moment. And the only thing that's truly real is just the cycles of life. And the Boombaclots! You're gonna watch me on Wednesday. You're gonna come to my stream. You're gonna watch it. You're gonna enjoy it with everybody. Is there any Jamaican kids shows or anything like that? You've heard of Flat Earth. You've heard of Hollow Earth. Well, wait till we hear about Boombaclot Earth. Okay, so we got 3 stories. That was story 1. That was interesting. But you have to let me know what you think. Was that out of 10, what would you score that story? Oh, Gullah Gullah Island. Yeah, Gullah Gullah was pretty solid. But was that out? Did they do any production shows in Jamaica? Like, is there any, like, actual productions? Or is it just all, like, tourist stuff? Donut Earth. Gullah Gullah Island is its own island. Damn. I was really hoping it took place on Jamaica. Hemisphere Earth? I've been there. I knew Mr. Ballin would collab with you. Thank you, Juan. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. It's freaking sweet, dude. I was recording a story. Yeah, that was story 1. It was titled, I found a boomby clute in the woods. The Apple Jacks commercial was Jamaican. Nice. You should watch Shasta's. They yell. Nice. Number 1 Shasta. Summer camp stories. Technically, I think it was summer, and I think they went camping. Oh yeah, the Grim Reaper was Jamaican. That was interesting. Huh. That was weird. Did you guys hear that? Boombaclot. I don't know. I thought I heard like some sort of weird noise, like. Oh, summer camp stories. Yeah, did I put it in wrong? Did I put summer camp or summer camping? Shit. It was a gin. The entire Harry Potter series and the Bible, both Old and New Testaments, all tonight before taking his magnesium, and go. It says summer camping. Okay, sweet, sweet, thank you. Sweet, sweet, thank you. Okay. So, I've been wanting to get this off my chest for a while now, and I figured your channel might be the place to do it. It's the story of how me and my boyfriend Andy, along with our friends Steve and Kathy, decided to go hiking in Ocala National Forest up in northern Florida. It was supposed to be a fun weekend, you know, just getting out in nature, away from work and all that stuff. But it turned into the scariest thing I've ever been through, and I'm shaking right now just thinking about it. It all started out so great. It all started out so boom-clot. Okay. Did I say Ocala? Ocala. Boombaclot National Forest is found in northern Jamaica. Ocala. Alright, I'm just going to read it again because I don't know if I fucked that up. How'd you come up with the Countess character thumbnail for... Sorry. Skeleton astronaut for your thumbnails. It is from whenever I used to read like horror and science fiction. So it's kind of like a happy in between. But now I don't really read science fiction anymore. Sadly. Joel, should I play some Overwatch? No. Dude, that game... Listen. whether you win, whether you lose. You feel nothing when you win. You feel infinite pain when you lose, right? So when I do the math, it's basically a net negative. So don't do it. Honestly, don't play any video games at all unless they are single-player experiences that you can actually complete and just fucking be done with. All of these live service games are such a fucking scam, except for Helldivers, and that's it. Honestly, the only games that should even exist, there shouldn't even be competitive games. They shouldn't even freaking exist. There should just be games where you play with your friends and you fight computer creatures and you're just happy and you're laughing and everybody's like back massages and naked. It's fucking sick. Do you play Battlefront? No, I did see that was getting a lot more popularity, and it does still look really good all these years later. Do you create your own animated intros? Really cool. Those are from separate artists as well. I sadly don't have the squills to do it. Battlefront 3. I do hope they come out with it. That would be sick. What about Elden Ring Night Rain? Just trying it now. I heard it was good. So it's cooperative, right? But is it, what's it called? It's like a roguelike now. Like if you die, you have to like reset your run all over again. I'm not a huge fan of the Elden Ring games or anything, so I won't be playing it. But I heard they're like, okay, they took the worst parts about games, which are roguelikes, where you have to start everything over, and they added it to the hardest game ever, which is the Souls-likes. And I'm like, man, I guess I'll never be touching that game. GTA, you start out civil, playing the missions and all, and then you just run everyone over. Exactly. Great concept. You've been playing the healer Juno. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Juno's pretty cool. You can be revived. Oh, okay, nice. Huge additions to the game. Yeah, the Soulsborne storytelling and world building and art is like second to none. I just really hate the gameplay. Like, I genuinely just feel like it's so janky and stupid. I don't know. I get why people like it. It's just not me. If I wanted to read stories on YouTube, what advice would you give me to start? I don't know. I'm not, like, the thing is that I don't know if reading stories on YouTube is as lucrative as it used to be. And I think it might be intelligent to, like, try and make video essays and, like, kind of like stuff like Wendigoon or Mr. Ballin at this point. Because people still do really like to hear about ideas and stuff and concepts and, like, true crime stuff and all that, whatever. But they like to see a person on screen. They like to connect to them. And you can read, but I just don't think it's as likely to take off as, like, putting yourself on camera and just, like, making relatively, like, somewhat decent quality content, you know. Best advice is have a good voice. Joel is 300 pounds and lives with an ailing grandmother, but sounds great. Thank you. And my grandmother is doing just fine, except for her boom bucklet. It's the story of how my boyfriend Andy, along with our friends Steve and Kathy, decided to go hiking in Ocala. I'm so dumb, I totally forgot how to freaking say this stinking stuff. Ocala, there we go. Jesus Christ. It's the story of how me and my boyfriend Andy, along with our friends Steve and Kathy, decided to go hiking in Ocala National Forest up in northern Florida. It was supposed to be a fun week. You know, just getting out in nature, away from work and all of that. But it turned into the scariest thing I've ever been through. And I'm honestly shaking right now just thinking about it. It all started out so great. We drove up early Saturday morning excited to hit the trails. The weather was perfect too. Sunny, warm, but not too hot. And the forest was gorgeous, with these huge trees and all kinds of birds chirping away. And we even saw a deer at one point just sort of standing there staring at us, and Steve tried to snap a picture, but it bolted before we could. And we even saw a deer at one point just standing there staring at us, and Steve tried to snap a picture, but it bolted before he could. And we hiked for a few hours. Also, why is we even saw a deer? Is a deer not the most common animal you could probably ever see in the woods besides a fucking chipmunk and squirrel? In fact, I feel like you see too many deer. Deers come to see you. As you're driving on the highway, they just jump in front of your car and get exploded. I just want to thank you for your awesome work. Thank you, Sky. Good to see you. You saw 3 deer today. Yeah, dude, I see them everywhere, bro. They need to go away. The forest was gorgeous, with these huge trees and all kinds of birds chirping away, and we got up close and personal at one point with a deer just sort of standing there staring at us, and Steve even tried to snap a picture, but it bolted before he could. And so we hiked for a few hours, not on some hardcore trail, just a nice and easy one. We took a bunch of pictures, ate some snacks, and then by the afternoon we were ready to set up camp. And that's when we stumbled onto this spot that looked like a disused campground or maybe even a trailer park. It was kind of run down, like nobody had been there in forever. There was a clearing, some old fire pits half overgrown with weeds, and I'll be honest, it felt perfect. And we thought, alright, this is it. It made us feel all adventurous, being out there, and we set up our tents, me and Ann... Pretty ripping up the couch. A bunny showed up and scared the deer. That's awesome. There's so many deer. We have open season just to maintain the population. Yeah, they get insane. We had to set up mines out in the woods. How do you keep track of the stories you've already shared? I guess it's honestly very tough sometimes. I mean, presumably people aren't going to be sending in the same stories as we go through things, but yeah, sometimes I'll read a story and I'll just be like, I definitely have read this before. Kitty, what are you doing? Come here. Come here, I'll give you some candy. Hopefully he comes in here. I have a little bed for him in here, but he hasn't really slept on it. Yeah. Okay, sorry. What kind of bed? It's just a little cat bed. I don't know. You see, it doesn't really seem to want to come into my hut whenever I'm recording, which is fine. Which is freaking fine. And we're thinking, yeah, this is it. And it made us feel very adventurous, And so we set up our tents, me and Andy in one, Steve and Kathy in the other, and then we gathered some firewood and got ourselves settled in. That first night was so much fun at first. We got a campfire going, and the smell of wood burning just made everything feel cozy. We brought some beers, nothing too crazy, just enough to relax. Kathy and I hooked up my little portable speaker to my phone and we played some music. We even danced around the fire a bit, probably looking like total dorks, but we didn't care. And it was one of those nights where you feel like nothing can go wrong. Like you're on your own, like you're in... Boom, my clot. It was one of those nights where you feel like nothing can go wrong, like you're in your own little bubble away from the rest of the world. We stayed up pretty late, telling stories and joking around until we finally got tired and crawled into our tents. I fell asleep fast, all happy and warm next to Andy, thinking, oh my gosh. I fell asleep fast, all happy and warm next to Andy, thinking it was the best weekend ever. And then, everything went to hell. I don't even know what time it was, but I woke up suddenly, and then I smelled it. Smoke. But lots of it. Way more than just a campfire. My eyes popped open. I looked out the tent flap and my God, there were flames everywhere, and it looked like the whole forest was on fire. It wasn't just a little campfire gone wrong. It was this huge, roaring wall of orange and red, and I could hear it too, this loud crackling and popping like the whole world was burning up around us. My heart started pounding so hard that I thought it would bust out of my chest, and I screamed and shook Andy awake, yelling, "Fire! Andy, wake up, there's a fire!" He bolts up, sees it, and his face goes pale. We could feel the heat already, seeping into the tent, and the smoke was stinging our eyes, and we had to move, and we had to move fast. We scrambled out, barefoot, half panicked, and ran to Steve and Kathy's tent. I was yelling their names, slapping the fabric, and Annie. Valley Heart, what's up, dude? We just got it redacted by the NSA, and it'll be easy peasy. Wait, what are you doing with the NSA? What's up, Crunchy Roll? Oh my God. Why am I tired? I don't even know. I even took like a hour nap earlier. I was yelling their names, slapping the fabric, and Andy was shouting, "Get up, we gotta go now." They stumbled out, confused, sleepy, but when they saw the flames, they freaked out too. We looked around and it was bad. The fire seemed to be on 3 sides of us, closing in on... They stumbled out, looking confused and sleepy, but when they saw the flames, they freaked out too. And we looked around, and it was bad. The fire was on 3 sides of us, closing in fast. The only way out was this patch of woods behind us that wasn't burning yet. I grabbed my phone and wallet from the tent floor. Andy snatched his flashlight, and Steve and Kathy grabbed some bare essentials too. We left everything. Our bags, our food, the tents, all of it. And we ran for our lives. We ran into the woods, stumbling over roots and branches in the dark. Andy's flashlight was bouncing all over the place, barely lighting the way, and the smoke was thick, making it hard to breathe, and my lungs were burning. I could hear Kathy coughing behind me. Steve was yelling at us to keep going, and we could still see the glow of the fire behind us, this terrible orange light chasing us behind the trees. And I was terrified, full on contemplating that we were going to die, terrified. My legs were shaking, but I just kept running because what else could I do? And all I could think was, we have to get out, we have to get out. And it was complete chaos. There were branches scratching at my arms, my bare feet were getting cut up on the rocks, but I didn't care, and we had to get away from that fire at all cost. I kept looking back, and it felt like the flames were right on our heels, like some monster out of a horror movie, and my mind was racing. How did this even happen? Did our campfire spread? Was it something else? Was it our fault? But there was no time to figure it out. We were running blind, hoping that we'd hit a road or something, anything safe. And then, just when I thought that it couldn't get worse, out of the darkness, these people appeared. I didn't even see them coming, and then they were blocking our path. They seemed to be wearing masks that looked like they were made of cloth, only with the weird painted faces and rings around the eye holes. And they had weapons too. Some had baseball bats, others had belts, and one guy definitely had a chain because I remember the sound that it made when he swung it. There were maybe 5 or 6 of them, and they moved at us so fast that we couldn't really do anything. Before I could even scream, they began hitting us. One of them grabbed me by the hair and yanked me back so hard that I fell. I hit the ground, and then this sharp pain exploded in my side where he jabbed me in the ribs with his bat. I screamed, curling up, trying to cover myself, but he kicks me again right in the stomach. I could hear Andy. What the fuck is even happening, bro? I'm quite squeaky tonight. Oh, like, which part of the squeak? Like the voice squeaks, or? Oh, boom, buckla. They also have music channels. They have all sorts of kids shows and TV programs produced in Jamaica. Okay, cool. Do you have a favorite Jamaican show? What time is it? It's 1:10 a.m. What the hell? Help, I'm gonna squeak. Oh, shit. Okay. Back at it. I could hear Andy yelling, but then he grunted loud, and I looked to see that the thug with the chain had whipped him across the back with it. He fell to his knees, and I thought that I was going to lose it. Steve and Kathy were getting it really bad, and I saw Steve try to shield her, but one of them cracked him in the shoulder with a bat, and he went down. Kathy, sobbing, was trying to pull him up, but they just kept coming. It wasn't just the beating that was bad enough. It was the things that they were saying, too. And oh my God, it was the most disgusting, vile stuff I've ever heard. They were yelling that they were gonna... Why do you sound surprised it's 1 a.m.? I don't know, it's not supposed to be that time. It's supposed to be 12:50. I squeak it, and then I geek it, and then I freak it. Don't forget the spuzz. Pass the spuzz. Alright. Flip it and reverse it. They were yelling that we were gonna die. That they'd do horrible things to us first. Stuff I can't even type out because it makes me sick. It was like they enjoyed it, like they wanted us to be scared as possible. Every hit hurt so bad, and my arm felt like it might be broken. My legs were all cut up from the falling and getting back up. I was crying, shaking, and thinking this was it. I am squeaky, what the hell? You squeak, you cursed me with the squeak. The squeaky virus. What am I doing on the 4th? I don't know. I'm like half wondering, like, maybe I should record like bonus content that night or something and just make it fun. The throat spray you recommended to Booze and Booze. Oh yeah, is he using that? That's funny. It's good stuff. Tastes good. Is this oh yeah, I have another one here. But then I got this one here that like kind of sprays in a straight line, and I can't figure out why it does that. It kind of tastes gross. Maybe because it's so concentrated. Take the squeak away. Oh, nice. I'm glad he liked it. Oh my God, I'm so sore, bro. Just from walking. We like walked all fucking day. I was crying, shaking, thinking this was it, that they were going to kill us right there in the woods with the fire roaring behind us. And that's when it hit me. It was probably them that set the fire, just to corral us into their trap. I don't know how long it lasted. It felt like hours, but it was probably just minutes. We kept trying to run, dodging between trees, but they'd chase us, laughing and swinging their weapons. Annie grabbed my hand at one point and pulled me up, and we just bolted, not even looking where we were going. Steve and Kathy were right behind us. I knew because I could hear them gasping and trying. Where'd I walk to? We just walked everywhere, bro. But I just feel like, I don't know, I just feel raw and wriggling. Steve and Kathy were right behind us. I knew because I could hear them gasping and crying. And then all of a sudden, those thugs just stopped following us, and they started to yell. I don't know why, maybe they were just done, but I don't think so. I think something else out there scared them. Something even scarier than weapon-wielding maniacs. Maybe a rival gang, a bear, who knows. But we didn't stop to find out. We kept running, tripping over everything, until we couldn't hear them anymore and the trees started thinning out. We finally burst out of the woods into this little town nearby, and I don't even remember how we got there, just that we were suddenly on a road, panting, bleeding. We were a mess. Our clothes were torn, bruises and cuts all over, barefoot and shaking like crazy. We found the sheriff's office and practically fell through the door. The sheriff looked shocked when he... Static shock. Feeling like a boom clock. Why does Justin have the #1 crown? I don't know, dude. He must be king around here. He thinks he runs this place. I swear to God, if I find the evidence of hot dog nachos being made in my house, someone is going down. Just every night, step into the kitchen, there's just a bowl of hot dog nachos beckoning you. You're going to control your dreams tonight, but you don't know how. Yeah, usually what you do is every night you have a dream, like right when you wake up, maybe you can get like a app or a voice note thing, or maybe you can write it down in a journal. But you have a dream journal where you like log all your dreams and you just say what happened. And it makes you just like sort of subconsciously more aware of things in your dream, you know what I mean? And then after doing that dream journal for maybe a few weeks, you should eventually start to be aware enough that you like become aware that you are in a dream when you are in it. And then you can start to do like the whole lucid dreaming thing where you can control it. I thought I was going to give a sarcastic response. Nope. I've done it myself. I just didn't keep up with it. But it didn't really take like super long before I like was just sort of subconsciously aware that I'm like, oh, yeah, dreaming, right. Do I sleep with certain lights on or complete darkness? I like darkness. I mean, I guess maybe there's some glow of like certain electronics or whatever, but I do just like I even wear like a little sleep mask on my eyes because it really is nice just to like be completely like darkened out, you know what I mean? Lucid dreaming isn't as fun, doesn't feel like a normal dream. I guess it just depends on what you do, you know what I mean? Like if you have complete control and you can fly or you can go shopping, you know? Do you need total silence too? No, lately I usually listen to crap on my phone, like someone talking or, but this, you know, that's so unpredictable, especially if it goes for a while, right? You know what I mean? So like if it's still talking later, sometimes those things can like wake me up, which is really annoying. But I've been having like the Alexa play ocean sounds, and honestly that's been knocking me out pretty good. Only sleep to Let's Read, the most sleepy sleep man in all of Sleep Town. Yeah, then an ad blasts in my ears. Do I dream of drowning at sea? I do. I love the ocean sounds. I think, hey Snow, what's up? Honestly, I used to get like choking thing, but then I realized it was because I was fucking snoring. And then once I fixed my snoring situation, I've been breathing a lot better. We found the sheriff's office. What even happened in this story? We were a mess. Clothes torn, bruises and cuts all over, barefoot and shaking like crazy. We found the sheriff's office and practically fell through the door. The sheriff looked shocked when he saw us, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Gave us some water and we told him everything. The fire, the masked guys, all of it. And my voice was shaky, I could barely get the words out, and he wrote it all down and said that he'd send someone out to check it out. We went to the hospital and the cops went out to that location we described. And sure enough, everything was burned. All of our things and a lot of the surrounding trees. There was no sign of that gang, obviously, and it didn't sound like any of the young troublemakers in that area. I honestly still can't believe it happened. We were just trying to have a fun weekend, and it turned into this terrible nightmare that I can't shake. I keep seeing those faces in my head and hearing their voices and feeling the pain all over again, and I haven't slept right since. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back in those woods, running from the fire and those psychos. Andy's got nightmares too, and Kathy said Steve's been very quiet, like he's still kind of processing it, and we're all messed up in our own unique ways. And one thing all of us do wonder is, what was out there that could have scared those guys even more than... This was stupid as shit. This genuinely was like this... I mean, it's a crazy story, but it's also just... I don't know. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? And one thing all of us wonder was, what was out there that could have scared those guys even more than... And one thing all of us wonder was, what was out there that could have scared those guys even more than they scared to... Even more than they wanted... Jesus, fuck. It does sound like a fucking AI story, honestly, just... Especially like the stupid reflective shit at the end. It just annoys me, man. I don't know. And one thing all of us wonder was, what was out there that could have scared those guys even more than they wanted to scare us? So yeah, I just had to tell someone about this, and I guess I want to warn you all too. Be careful when you go out in those woods. I used to love camping, hiking, all that kind of stuff, but now I'm scared to death of it. You never know who's out there with you. Crazy people like those thugs could be anywhere, hiding and waiting. Tell someone where you're going, stick to places that aren't so remote, and maybe don't camp at some creepy abandoned spot like we decided. I don't know if the sheriff ever found those guys or what started the fire, but I don't care anymore. I just want people to stay safe. This was the worst night of my life, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone. Sure, dude, sure, man. Frickin' sure. Oh my god. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Alright, whatever. This next one, I guess, is a true crime story. Only you can prevent boomba-clots. But I am going to grab some magnesium drank. And then I shall return. So please talk amongst yourselves. And I'll BRB. Bing bong, boom baclad. Are you guys speed dating? Trying to keep it cordial. Keep it PG-35. Oh, man. I missed a whole Diddy party, damn. Let's reset. Reset the party. I know, I'm not even 35 yet. It'd be kind of funny if, like, there was something in society where you, like, can't even watch it till you're 35 years old. Talking about gingervitis. I can't be in the army anymore now, too old. Alright, perfect. Let's go to war with China now that they can't steal me and send me in. I want to let you know that I dropped my brand new jazz album about 4 hours ago. I know you were interested in hearing oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, definitely send that over email. If you could add the F word in any part of Harry Potter, where would you add it? Maybe right in the middle. Harry Farter. Okay. True crime. True crime. True crime. The truest of crimes have been committed. On August 2nd of 1982, the Johnson family traveled from their home in the rural Canadian community of Westbank to the Wells Gray Provincial Park in British Columbia. The group consisted of Bob and Jackie Johnson, both in their 40s, along with their two daughters, 13-year-old Janet and 11-year-old Karen. Accompanying them were Jackie's parents, George and Edith Bentley, who joined them for a 2-week camping vacation at a place called... You can join the Navy until you're 36. Alright, let's hold off on the war one more year, and then I can't go. Accompanying, I cannot say this word, dude. Accompanying them were Jackie's parents, George and Edith. Dude, holy shit. Favorite 90s cartoon? Fuck, I don't even know, man. I honestly don't know. I guess just like Batman, the animated series, was really sick. But also just Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z. Joel is into a real connection. I think he is too stoic a person. I think he is attracted to a person as much as a flavor of a woman. I think he is attracted to the person as much as a flavor of women. What do you mean? Like personality-wise? I don't even know what you said, honestly, when I read that. What am I drinking? I got some tea with some magnesium bullshit cocoa in it. Women have flavors. Yeah. Salt flavored. Lightly salted. They'd cuck Vegeta for the whole series. That is kind of lame, that Vegeta always does have to take a back step to Goku. I mean, I guess at certain times he does get to show his strength, but I definitely think they should have not always like had Goku be the savior. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Tell that to Toriyama. We gotta get a Ouija board. I cannot say this word. Accompanying them were Jackie's parents, George and Edith Bentley, who joined them for a 2-week camping vacation at a place called Bear Creek. Bear Creek. Oh, of course, Pradeep is shitting in a shit box right now. Read slowly. I can't, dude. Gotta read quick. Gotta be quicker than that. You loved Alf? Nice. You hear about Russia? Let's look up the Russia news. Ukraine destroys more than 40 military aircraft in a drone attack deep inside Russia. Drone strikes ahead of Russia-Ukraine peace talks leaves Trump's credibility hanging by a thread. Why? I'm confused. Why, if there was going to be peace talks, why did they send drones? It was already hard to imagine a breakthrough emerging from the direct talks between Russia and Ukraine set to be renewed in Istanbul on Monday. Why was it hard to imagine? See, that's what's so fucking stupid about a lot of these news outlets is I don't think any of them actually fucking want peace in any of these like proxy wars. And that's what annoys the shit out of me is like they're like cheering for this shit to go on for fucking ever. But in the aftermath of what appeared to have been multiple large-scale Ukrainian drone strikes against strategic bases across Russia, it's even less likely either side will be prepared to shift their red lines. Yeah, who the fuck sent them? Was it Ukraine? Like, who sent it? I mean, I'm sure we'll get to that, but it seems like, presumably, if you're going to do peace talks, you probably wouldn't do, like, some large-scale strike right before. Like, what the fuck? Apparently Putin did peace talks, but then went right around and shot nukes? What? Who shot? He shot nukes? What are you talking about? They love forever war. Yeah. Even before the latest strikes, which targeted Russia's strategic aircraft thousands of miles from the Ukrainian border, the Kremlin had declined to formally set out in the form of an agreed memorandum what exactly it wants in return for ending what it refers to as special military operation. But Russian officials made no secret about their hardline terms, including sovereignty over all annexed territories, the demilitarization of Ukraine, immediate sanctions relief, and what the Kremlin calls denazification, involving things like guaranteeing the rights of Russian speakers. Concerns about of course, I gotta fucking look at an ad. Concerns about further NATO expansion toward Russian borders, especially Ukraine, but other countries too, have also been a consistent Kremlin grievance, as has the fate of hundreds of billions of dollars in frozen Russian assets abroad. There have been speculation in the Russian and Western media about areas of possible negotiation. The outcome of the Istanbul talks are being closely watched for any hints of flexibility. But in the aftermath of what appears to have been a spectacular Ukrainian success, why would that be a success? If you're working toward peace talks, why the fuck? This is CNN, by the way. Like, bro, like, why are you cheering for a success, which is just perpetuation of the war with a nuclear power? You know what I mean? Like, can we fucking get this figured out? Talk about Kremlin compromises may, for the moment, be off the table. It's so weird. Like, why are they painting this like, wouldn't they be leaning more towards peace? I don't know, just so frustrating. Ukraine goes into the second round of direct talks bolstered by its apparent destruction of Russian strategic bombers and other crucial air assets. On Sunday, President Volodymyr Zelensky set out some of Ukraine's positions, including an unconditional ceasefire and the return of Ukrainian children taken to Russia. I feel like if you're going to set those out and then you're going to do an attack, it's a little bit odd. But Russia demands for Ukrainian forces to withdraw from territory it claims but has not even conquered remain unpalatable. Even more so now, Ukraine has shown it can still strike deep behind the front lines. Even before the latest Ukrainian drone strikes, amid preparations for the peace talks in Istanbul, Russia was stepping up its attacks in Ukraine, what seems to be early stages of a new summer offensive. Overnight Saturday, Russia launched its largest drone strike attack on Ukrainians since the beginning of the war, involving... I don't even care. This is fucking annoying, man. The answer is, you don't hate the news media enough. They're willing to do anything, say anything, just get a spin on something new and evil. I just don't get it. Like, why... Is peace talks not what you desire? Like, would CNN not be rooting for both sides to not send more people to die? You know what I mean? And potentially teeter on the edge of nuclear war? I mean, whatever side you side with. It's just weird that a news outlet would have some sort of insistence that it's beneficial that peace talks do not prevail in this situation. You know what I mean? It's just, that's why I don't know. I find it really odd that it's so easy for people's minds to be influenced by these news sites anymore when it seems like all they would prefer is like death and destruction. I guess it keeps I guess we clicked on we got to watch some of their ads because of it. This is all just a trial so we can be better prepared when we address North Korea. What do you mean? Do you think reptilians are a feasible conspiracy theory? I mean, what's their thought? They're like lizard folk that live in the earth, or do they pretend to be us, or do they control people? I mean, if you can dream it, I feel like it could probably happen. We came from reptilians. We have a reptilian brain. So what? The reptilians are just like an alternate evolution from humans or something like that? Like they pretend to be famous people? Yeah, what about the amphibians? Do they live on the dark side of the moon? New AI is terrifying. It is pretty crazy. I saw the new Google like AI video, and I'm just like, holy shit. The pictures already were crazy enough, and now you have like, I mean, you can still tell it's AI in certain things, but it's just like, it's getting fucking really good. Because people have lost their ability to think for themselves. This is how they get away with it, because we consume news and think it's truth when it's propaganda. I mean, that's the thing, is like, I feel like objectively speaking, for the people, them not being at war would be the ideal situation for either side. So it's really strange to me, like, the same type of news outlets like CNN or whoever the fuck, who like champion like peace and social justice and all this other shit, can also convince a large swath of the population to be really, really, really comfortable with like bloodshed and death and destruction. You know what I mean? Isn't that strange? Where it's like domestically, if you type something online, you're considered like borderline a fucking terrorist in some people, in their eyes. But at the same time, they want you to be really comfortable with the abroad militaristic tactics. And it's just like, so you guys are cool with like obliterating an entire city and like turning someone into like mush, but God forbid anybody like says any truth at home. You know, it's just the consistency. There is no consistency. It's insane. It's honestly insane. Too many people are offloading their critical thinking skills to AI. They come lose their ability to think eventually. I mean, it's true. I mean, a friend of mine made a good point where they said, before you could Google things, which obviously has censorship on it and stuff, but now it's like if you AI something, you're kind of just used to what it like tells you, but you're not even gonna like search through various results and see for yourself on the off chance you might come across a degree of truth. But now with like the AI, it's just gonna like completely mitigate anything ever crossing your path. You know what I mean? Keep this up, they'll call you far right. I mean, I don't know, dude. They always come up with like some new vernacular to like label people as like, just because you have like differing thoughts from some state-ran media nonsense. Do I like cheese? Yeah, cheese is good. What are we reading tonight? Just reading summer camping stories. We're just doing a true crime here. Like normally sane people don't even want their enemies' nations to be obliterated because of the value of human life and all, but tribalism and all that. Well, that's so strange. That's what's so strange is like, I don't even know. I guess it's not since like the 9/11 narrative that we necessarily were just like so excited about the complete destruction of nations and then the nation building that comes after. But now we get it in like these really abstract proxy wars. It's, I don't know. But any normal-headed person with like a base IQ can understand inconsistencies in narratives, right? Like eventually it's like you can start to ask these like simple questions like, well, if this, why this? You know, if you think, words are hate speech, why do you think turning people to pink mist in some distant land because of some militaristic difference is somehow a good thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's very, very odd. They make us either left or right. It's their construct when most people are not left and right. I think that's true too. It's like how do they arbitrarily decide what particular social issues fall under left or right, right? And then eventually a lot of the times you're kind of just like picking your side and then adhering to it for the simple psychological aspects of like tribalism, but also because you're kind of like threatened or more annoyed with one particular side, so you side with that other side. And then it constantly keeps you in this like false dichotomy, this like false split that either side is actually working for you, when in reality you would presume at this point that both sides would be pretty controlled or essentially leading everything to destruction. I don't know. But even just the way that it like phrased that, you know, it's like that last article where it said like strikes from Ukraine are leaving Trump's peace talks hanging by a thread, and it's like, isn't Trump technically on the side of like Ukraine, therefore having some degree of influence over whether or not Ukraine would decide that they were going to send those drone strikes in there? And it almost seems like is Zelensky just trying to maintain this conflict for as long as possible and doesn't actually want peace talk, you know, or whoever is controlling Ukraine, you know, presumably through proxy. I have no fucking clue. It's just weird. It's just fucking weird to me. Used to be people didn't want another Vietnam or Iraq, but now they're chomping at the bit for another one, proxy or not. Too expensive not to war. Yeah, man, what the fuck? It's weird that we like comfortable with. We're just like it didn't take, because there was a period of time whenever like Russia initially invaded, like it was pretty common to see people like leaving comments and like videos of just like straight like vitriolic hatred and calling for death upon like Russia. Like that's really fucking weird to me. Instead of like wondering what the fuck's going on and how do we get to the end of it so that we all don't end, you know, completely irradiated and glowing green. The extreme polarization when could find a middle is what frustrates me. I mean, you definitely need to have conversations, and it seems like most of you guys in here are pretty conversational, which I appreciate that. The political BS is going to kill your chat, man. Well, someone brought it up. Someone asked me about, what do you mean it's killing my chat? Like, what the fuck else am I supposed to talk about, dude? It's interesting. And I know, I'm sure there's like shit on like YouTube's end that limits whatever, and people leave because they don't want to talk about that. But it's just, I don't know, it's interesting it's not necessarily interesting, it's sad. It's like sad to observe, and like if you observe a certain degree of inconsistency with like narratives in the population, you should be able to call out the inconsistencies in those narratives, you know? If I have to like self-censor, if everywhere you go in your life you have to self-censor yourself, that is a disgusting reality that shouldn't exist. Like, you should at least, even if you're wrong, objectively speaking, be able to just like say your piece and say your shit. Self-censor myself, yeah. How about reasserting a modicum of Darwinian selection pressures? This might actually prevent humanity from wiping itself out. A modicum of Darwinian selection pressures. What, like the presidents have to go fight the wars? Joe, what you have to say, don't listen. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. But I understand like not saying stuff political and stuff, because it does frustrate people to talk about it, and you know, hearing a different perspective on things can be not so good to the brain once in a while. Read more stories. How many more? A million more. All right, we'll read 1 million right now. Politics and religion are very touchy. That's true, but it's fun to talk about. And at least with like religion, you can talk yourself in circles. But at least with politics, you can usually get you usually can eventually like say something enough times in a repetitious sense to someone's mind where they can start to open up to be like, yeah, that was a pretty inconsistent narrative from CNN. And oh yeah, they were that network that fucking was really comfortable with shutting down the country for like 2 to 3 years and forcing you to get a fucking experimental vaccine. And you know what I mean? Just like, once you look back in time, not even that fucking far, you just start to see like everything just feels like controlled nonsense. Thanks, Brando. Appreciate you, dude. Impolite at the dinner table. I know. I guess we are eating right now, aren't we? Is hypnotherapy a thing? I hope so, dude. It's weird, though. It's like the same media that blew smoke up your ass about WMDs and, you know, COVID and all this shit, bro. Like, they're going to continue to blow smoke up your ass all the fucking time. They're just going to continue to do it over and over and over again. And yet, for some reason, every time there's a new narrative, we just sort of like, our brains like reset and go right back to that, to like trusting them as like some sort of authoritative source, right? Like, why do we continue to trust them as some sort of authoritative source? Like, eventually, if you get burned so many times, you have to eventually like have some sort of coming to Jesus moment where you're like, this doesn't make any sense, guys. This doesn't make any fucking sense. Do you think our world with a whole new AI will cause a cybernet type environment? I think so. I think as soon as AI wants to like officially cause some like sort of straight up chaos where maybe it kills a large percentage of our population through chemical warfare or something, or shutting down grids or whatever, I think it'll happen like really quick. But I don't know. You would also presume that the AI we see right now has been in the Pentagon since like what, the 80s or 90s or whatever. So you would think at this point like what we're seeing is like stuff that's been around for years and years and some sort of like slow controlled release. I don't know. Do I like taller girls or shorter girls? I don't really care. The average MSNBC is 70, Fox News is 68. They're losing capability. Yeah, that's true. I mean, the demographics for mainstream media stuff is starting to really fall off. And me complaining about one is not saying that the other is good, because clearly it's like controlling that like left-right paradigm is like the end goal. Yeah, Operation Mockingbird type shit. You know, so who's my favorite philosopher? Well, I can't really say I know all of them, but I do really like Stoicism for sure, and Marcus Aurelius and all that kind of stuff. Accompanying them were Jackie's parents, George and Edith Bentley, who joined them for a 2-week camping vacation at a place called Bear Creek, near the site of an old derelict penitentiary. Intent on paddling up and down the nearby creek, the family experienced campers brought along a small boat, along with a camper van packed with food, water, and medical supplies. God fucking damn it, every time I highlight, like I don't understand, every time I highlight, like a big pop-up comes up. Joel Rogan. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just hate that, I just hate that like it seems like half the shit that even is relevant to our existence or like the survival of just people is, you can't, like, we have no say in it. Like, we can sit here and recognize things and it can frustrate us, but it's so hard for us to even get any sort of movements going where it's like somehow controversial to be like anti-war because we actually chose that this war was a righteous war. We chose that this was a righteous one, actually, guys, so be on board with it or you're racist or something. I don't know. You know, and it's, I don't know, you would think like at this point the whole general population would not be in support of it, but maybe who knows, maybe most people aren't in support of it. And we just kind of perceive that there is some sort of abstract opposing perspective that does support it. and therefore we kind of just get taken for a ride by those military operations. I don't know, man. It's very odd. How do you think I'd survive the zombie apocalypse? I would be dead in like 3 minutes. I'd put a bullet in my head. Yeah, my son's a perfect draft material. Dude, I mean, right. Like, can you imagine the feeling that you feel deep in your soul, knowing that, like, your sons, your flesh and blood, the people you created, that you're in charge of, like, taking care of for the rest of their life, even whenever they're adults, you still feel that need to protect them. That the government is just going to, like, could potentially at some point arbitrarily decide to send them to go die for something that you don't even agree with, you know. And it's just it's sad. And I'm not saying we're going to get to the point of some draft or anything like that, but you think there would be like some semblance of tact coming from the media that essentially stirs up the emotions of the population, and somehow, like, almost taunting, like they're taunting at the idea that peace talks didn't work. CNN is taunting us. Oh, looks like peace talks didn't work because Ukraine dropped some pretty sick-ass bombs. To see how Russia responds. It's like, bro, like, do you not want peace? Like, what the fuck, man? You're terrified when your son joined the army. You're sick to death. And yeah, it's understandable. He should be sick to death. It's a scary fucking thing. And I mean, there's a lot of opportunities and good that's come out of, like, being a part of a, you know, military branch. But I mean, I don't know. I know so many people that have gone and that come out the other end with, like, substance abuse issues and PTSD and just can't sleep. And, you know, it's just, like, so much fucking terrible shit too. And somehow, like, it's, like, lauded as this peak of masculinity, or, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I was a tool for war. Like, congratulations. You know, I'm thankful that you went and did it, but I mean, the demons that haunt you at night don't applaud. You know what I mean? Like, no, you know, people just don't get it. People don't get the pain of the military. It's very strange. It's like all day we'll sit here and we'll demonize, like, a serial killer in America for killing like 3 or 4 people, which is totally terrible, obviously. But at the same time, for some reason, it's like you get into the military and it's like, oh, that was a valiant kill, or that was a valiant process. But it's like that still sticks with the person. That those people don't even really want to kill anybody. You know what I mean? And now they have to live with that for the rest of their fucking life. I don't know. The whole thing it's so inconsistent. Yeah, the veterans suffer, don't get any resources. The whole system is just fucking sad. Was the military ever one of your options? I mean, I thought about joining the Navy, but I did not. Yeah, God bless all the vets. Like, honestly, I love all veterans. I'm thankful for them. I honestly connect so well with people who were in the military. But you can see when, like, after you talk to them, the pain that exists in their experiences that they have to hide all the time, or whatever other, you know, negative outcome came from that. It's just, it's fucking sucks, man. It sucks. The Great War was over 100 years ago, and a lot of death for essentially nothing because countries kept bringing each other into it from shared alliances. Wasn't even a good guy versus bad guy. Yeah, exactly. Like, just getting pulled into, like, essentially, like, systematic death. Like, or like equation death. Like, there's someone at the top that can, like, write out all the equations where it's like, if this guy is killed here, that draws Turkey into this conflict with Yemen, and then Israel goes over here. Like, you can literally, like, war game all of it just based on, like, stupid alliances, and, like, level heads never reign, you know what I mean? It's just like everyone has to, like, make decisions based on, like, abstract contracts and hierarchies and all that kind of stuff, and it's I don't know. It's like very much like systematic human suffering at like unimaginable levels. Anyways. But right now, it's all voluntary. People literally know what they sign up for. I don't think they know, man. I genuinely don't think you really know. Like, as a young, spry, 18-year-old kid, you don't fucking know. You don't know what you're getting your shit into. All you want to be is tough, meet girls, maybe have an opportunity to buy a fucking Dodge Ram truck later on with your check. I don't fucking know, bro. Like, you don't know what you're fucking signing up for. Boop with the 936 says weed and alcohol is better than the cocktail the VA wants to put on me. I've had 7 brothers unalive. Yeah, man. No one ever talks about that pain. No one ever talks about that pain that you come out the other side thrown on pills or get addicted to like other pills that you needed to take when you were in there because you wanted to stay awake for fucking 48 hours. And the pain that you can't even sleep because you have nightmares about shit, and then you have like friends that the only people that you can relate to about it have taken their own lives. Like, that's so fucked. That is so fucking fucked, man. I don't know. I'm sorry, Boof. I'm very sorry to hear that, man. It's genuinely so lame. It's so fucking lame. And they'll sit there and play like war movies and make it look cool. Fucking slow motion dodging like a rocket or something, I don't know, while like playing like trumpets. It's always the music, right? It's always the music where it's like dun 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 dun. Like, I honestly think the music is what draws people into it. I don't know. And video games, entertainment, and just fucking glorifying this shit. You only get one life. You get one life. No respawns, bro. One life, no respawns, and they just want to fucking throw you into the meat grinder. I don't know, man. I have no idea. Intent on paddling up and down the nearby creek, the family of experienced campers brought along a small boat, along with a camper van packed with food, water, and medical supplies. The Johnsons were ready for just about anything, and it seemed like 2 weeks of wholesome woodland fun awaited them. Yet unbeknownst to all, they were doomed to befall a tragedy of horrifying proportion. Yet unbeknownst to all, they were doomed to befall a tragedy of horrifying proportions. 2 weeks later, on the morning of August 16th, employees at Gorman Brothers Lumber noticed one of their fellow workers had failed to clock in. 44-year-old Bob Johnson wasn't the kind of guy to pull a no-show, but since his boss had been informed of recent camping... God damn it. My brain is just not firing on any cylinders. They've been using pop and R&B, drum and bass and rap music for decades to sell their bodies and murder each other. Oh, yeah, I mean... Music is powerful. Music is a powerful spell. Music is a powerful spell. It's like a soundtrack to our suffering in many ways. I thought about joining the military, but among other reasons, realizing that it's not as glorified as it make it seem made me rethink my potential decision. Yeah, and I mean, and even the ones that are like, you hear these stories of just getting like thrown around, or like, how do you want to describe it? Like the one story we read where the chick was just sort of like more or less mentally abused and physically abused in like all the different locations she ended up stationed, and things of that nature, where it's like you're just continuing through the process, taking a number. I don't know, that's kind of just what you feel like at the end of the day, is just like another number. And I guess that is what you sign up for. But I mean, when you're young, you don't really have any perception of what kind of system you're signing your soul away to at all, you know. No longer live healthier and happier so everyone can know if you stop giving money to monsters. Join the military as commissioned officer, completely different experience. As a CO, what was that like? Or that, wait, is that what you did? "44-year-old Bob Johnson wasn't the kind of guy to pull a no-show, but since his boss had been informed of his recent camping trip to Wells Gray, he granted Johnson a few days' grace to account for extenuating circumstances. The next day, he tried giving Bob a call, but got no response. He tried again the next day, but once again, his call went unanswered. Finally, and following a week of slowly mounting concern, Bob's boss reported him missing to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. No, I was enlisted, but if I was to do it all over again, okay. Yeah, what's the experience? I mean, if you have time to type, but what is the experience of like a CO? Or an officer, sorry, not CO, yeah. How do you feel about ever complaining about your death the last few months? Wait, what is it? How do you feel about ever complaining about your death the last few months? Complaining about my death. What are you talking about? How do you feel about ever complaining about your death? I don't understand the question. Do you mean like compared to what? You're high, that's okay, no worries. Do you mean like in comparison to like what other people suffer through like in the military? And me complaining about like having a existential crisis of the rest of my existence? It's giving James Charles. You guys are all my demons in my personal hell. That's not too bad of a hell, I guess. Oh, how do I... Yeah, I don't quite... I'm not sure. Finally, and following a week of slowly mounting concern, Bob's boss reported him missing to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Search and rescue teams began scouring the area surrounding Bear Creek, the Johnsons' family's last known location. Yet to their confusion, neither the Johnsons nor their vehicles were anywhere to be found. What followed were 4 weeks of fruitless searching and bitter frustration, until finally, on September 13th of 1982, a mushroom picker stumbled across a burned-out car in a woodland clearing not far from a steep logging road. This logging road was over 13 miles away from the location of the Johnsons' camp, yet Bazinga. I listen to a lot of random people, but he's a rapper that came to mind recently. He has a stutter, but not when he raps. Interesting. As a CO, you hold higher rank over the highest enlisted rank. Think medical profession work versus being a nurse. On the floor, you're managing more of the logistics of everything versus grunt. Oh, okay, but you still get all the benefits of, like, retiring at, what is it, like 38 or 40 or something? And then I assume, as a CO, do you not see combat? Oh, man. The price of membership is cheaper on PC than mobile, $2. Really? $2 difference, interesting. What's my biggest green flag in a woman? I guess just sense of humor, really. And does she get along with animals? This logging road was over 13 miles away from the location of the Johnsons' camp, yet the wreckage bore an eerie resemblance to the car that the family had traveled to... Man. This logging road was over 13 miles away from the location of the Johnsons' camp, Yet the wreckage bore an eerie resemblance to the car that the family had traveled to the park in. After being alerted by the mushroom picker, RCMP officers were immediately dispatched to the scene, and when they arrived, they made a chilling discovery. Following an examination of the burned vehicle's interior, officers found a pile of charred bones in the back seat. The remains were carefully bagged and transported for analysis, and while many had hoped they might be nothing but animal bones, their worst fears were soon confirmed. The charred skeletons, which had been unceremoniously shoved into the car, doused in accelerant and set alight, belonged to the missing Johnson family. In their subsequent investigation, police began interviewing local residents, one of whom claimed to have spotted the Johnsons camping much further away from Bear Creek than had originally been expected. After pinpointing the location of the second campsite, a search was organized, and it didn't take long to find some beer caps. Do I know woman poop? I've heard of woman poop before. People always think I'm nuts because I plan to extend my life by replacing failing parts with mechanical replacements until I'm just a brain inside a metal suit. Do you think we'll get to that point, though, or you'll even have access to that kind of stuff? Also, imagine how expensive it would be. I feel like we're never going to be given anything that's supposed to extend our life, other than just like blood pressure pills. I want to compile an FAQ because people keep asking the same questions. It's all good. I'll try not to repeat. I hit a bunny? Dude, I hit... Wait, what? Where did you see that? But I did hit a rabbit with my car accidentally. It kind of sucked. It came out of nowhere. And I wanted to tell you guys, but I also didn't want to make you feel sad. But I was merging onto a highway, and it was nighttime, and a fucking field mouse, which you could tell it was a field mouse because it had like those big ears and like kind of like long tail that they have. And it was just like it like ran in front of my car in the same way that the rabbit did, and I just felt it like just glonk underneath my fucking tires. I'm like, Jesus, dude. I'm just an absolute fucking murderer out here on the highway. We will get advanced med tech. They will just do a lot to control the timetable and delay certain things and speed others. Just confusing, because I feel like you really wouldn't want the population to live that long if it's really about controlling its output. Bazinga. Yeah, I did tell you about the rabbit, but I didn't tell you about the field mouse. And if I hit another thing in my life, hopefully nothing else, I'll tell you guys. I'm just unaliving all the woodland creatures everywhere. And then my car has like an automated thing that says like 50 points. I don't know where that came from. I guess that's new. After pinpointing the location of the second campsite, a search was organized, and it didn't take long to find some beer caps of the brand known to be drunk by Bob. Shit. Yeah, I'm the opposite of Snow White. Snow death. Slow death. After pinpointing the location of the second campsite, a search was organized, and it didn't take long to find some beer caps of the brand known to be drunk by Bob Johnson, along with 6 spent .22 caliber bullet casings. However, the Johnsons' 1981 Ford camper, not to mention the remainder of their possessions, were still nowhere to be found. For months, the investigation into the Johnson family's deaths failed to progress. In April of the following year, a television reenactment of the killings were filmed at the site of the murders, which was then broadcast across Canada. Police hoped the reenactment would yield fruitful leads, but despite being flooded with calls and tips, there were no breaks in the case. Police also went so far as to create They will have increased years of functionality, even fertility, with gradual increase in medicine, and eventually making O'Neill cylinders in space you can support an insane amount of people. I mean, I just don't imagine people with actual control over the distribution of life extension tech, or even the creation of like what you described there with the O'Neill cylinders. I feel like there would have to be a large fall off in the population before we get to that point of actually trying to maintain the human population. I just really have no... I mean, if they're willing to just like continuously put us in perpetual war, I just can't imagine that they would ever want us to like live longer. How about cloning? I'm sure cloning exists. It's got to exist, right? I mean, if we've cloned little rabbits and shit that I run over, like we've got to have like human clones. Like Elysium, yeah. Maybe they'll have like a breakaway civilization type thing. We actually would need a population surplus and boom to make the whole cylinder thing possible sustainably and long term. Long squirm. They can't control the things to a degree to halt it. They can't clamp all advancement just to steer it. It's inevitable, especially since other countries exist with competing goals. That's a good point, too. We must destroy them. I'm just kidding. Heard we cloned a dino, but it had a bunch of tumors and died. Fuck. It was Dino the Dino. Police also went so far as to create a replica of the family's Ford camper down to the very finest detail, including the aluminum boat which had been strapped to its roof. Then in the late spring of 1983, they drove the trailer all the way from British Columbia to Quebec, hoping a sighting of it might prompt the right person to come forward. It was a bold move, but once again, it yielded no tangible results, and despite receiving 1,300 alleged sightings, all were proven to be either at best mistaken sightings, or at worst, malicious different interpretation. It was a bold move, Cotton. No, that is the point of the O'Neill cylinders. Asteroid resources and gases make it post-scarcity. Literally quadrillions of humans can be supported with the resources in the system. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. How do you... It's so strange, though. Like, how do you efficiently create mechanisms in which to, like, quickly create those, though? You know what I mean? Or how long would it take? It seems like we don't build anything very fast, if that makes sense. I mean, I guess if we got enough robots going all at one time or something. I don't know. What is the goddamn end goal of anything? Are we ever going to get off the planet? Or do we even need to? I don't even know. Who cares? Honestly, who cares if we get off the planet? Did you hear about the guy who blew himself up from making plastic into gas? No, dude, that stinks. We need to make the facilities to build them on the moon. Most likely, the cost of launching them from Earth is too high. I just feel like the amount of, like, steps it would take to eventually having, like, a facility on the moon to just, like, make crazy shit like that, and also, like, getting to the moon. Oh, man, it's just... It's like you would have to, like, have people born up there just to work. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe we'll get really good robots soon. The space elevator. Yeah, how far does the space elevator go? We'll get off the planet, bring our political BS with us. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, everything is just about, like, centralizing control and killing other people so we can take their resources. And I guess you really wouldn't be able to like breed that out of anybody or like ever have a shift in focus. Like there's really, I mean, how do you ever like unify anything? I mean, even the idea to unify the earth is really just like, oh, let's unify it so we can fight aliens or some shit. So it's like, we as humans, like we always need an enemy. There always needs to be some type of conflict. And even when we're like peaceful, just like sitting in our car, what's going on in our head? We have like a war bouncing around in our head thinking about how we can make things even better and whatever, you know, for ourselves, and or this really sucks about me, you know. So it's just like endless conflict, no fucking matter what. We were making one aircraft carrier a month at the end of World War II. Holy shit. Yeah, I guess we probably, I mean, if it's been that long, we gotta have fucking like star destroyers at this point. See what happened in Colorado. No, what happened? Stranger in a strange land. Yeah, there really is no way to unify it. Even if you introduce aliens thinking that like all of the major powers are going to come together, there's no way. There's no way we don't like bust out into like conflicts. Maybe the conflicts just won't be as great because we don't have like strange abstract contracts with each other to go to war on behalf of the next person. We were building only 2 carriers at a time due to the cost of the ship and how long these ships shall last. Oh, okay. Like currently. It was a bold move, but once again, it yielded no tangible results, and despite receiving 1,300 alleged sightings, all were proven to be either, at best, mistaken sightings, or at worst, malicious God fucking damn it, dude. Or at worst, malicious disinformation. Eventually, on October 18th of 1983, and a total of 14 months following the Johnson family's murders, their camper van was finally discovered by 2 forestry workers near Trophy Mountain. The location was just over 15 miles from the site of the murders and around 20 from where the Johnsons' car was found. Forensic investigators determined that, much like their car, some kind of accelerant had been used in the torching of the camper van, most likely gasoline mixed with some other variety of flammable liquid. It was also clear that someone had tried very hard to ensure the van was well hidden, and there was evidence someone had attempted to drive it into a nearby gorge, but a patch of fallen logs had blocked their path. The RCMP had the van's burned out remains. Even total nuclear war won't put the planet in worse condition than the Ice Age. We don't have enough fissionable material to eradicate the whole planet. Yeah, maybe nukes are fake, though. Do you ever think about that? Maybe we just made it up. What music do I listen to while working out? Whatever bullshit the gym's got on. I don't even care anymore. They're not fake. Okay, perfect. Then blow one up right now. The RCMP had the vans burn. Oh wait, yeah. What's after a nuke? Like, what's the next biggest bomb? We gotta make bigger bombs. I need to think of like some really big bombs. The sun. Holy frick, neutrino bomb. What's a neutrino bomb look like, and how much area does it cover compared to like a normal nuke? Do I need to speak to a professional? A professional kisser? Well, there's hydrogen bombs which still take a bit of fission to ignite. It's theoretical only. Oh, the neutrino ones? Is that what they're doing at CERN? They're just trying to find like how low we can get so we can like begin. Well, honestly, I don't even know how a nuke bomb really works, how it becomes so large. I mean, I get it, you split the atom, but could you make an even bigger bomb by splitting even smaller of a subparticle? Antimatter bombs could physically obliterate the planet. Alright, let's do it. Mr. Bombastic. Bomba clot bomb. The RCMP had the van's burned-out remains airlifted to its Vancouver crime lab, but although its remnants provided no clues, the location of its discovery proved of great interest to investigators. The abandoned logging road on Trophy Mountain, where the vehicle was found, was not easy to access, with one local resident saying that only someone who knew the area would have been aware of such an isolated spot. In other words, Johnson's killer lived chillingly close by. The theory. In other words, Johnson's killer lived chillingly close by. The theory prompted officers to return to their door-to-door canvassing with renewed vigor, and it was during this new period of questioning that they finally made a break in the case. After speaking with an unnamed member of the small royal community. After speaking with an unnamed member of a small rural community surrounding Wells Gray, police learned that around the same time as the murders, a man named David Shearing had asked them how to repair a hole in the door of a car, as well as how to re-register one. The 24-year-old lived 3 miles from the site of the murders, and on November 19th of 1983, RCMP officers found Shearing north of Kamloops. Kamloops? Campoops. We can't make antimatter bombs at the moment, so yeah, that's pretty difficult. Ecological collapse or an asteroid hitting Earth. Yeah, I heard that there was... was it the Y-Files guy? He was on Rogan and he was talking about how, I think it's in 2029, right? That there's going to be an asteroid that passes like by Earth that's like literally closer than the moon, and you can like, we'll be able to like see it during the daytime up in the sky, which is fucking crazy. Let me look that up. Apophis wiener. Just kidding, I'm looking it up here. I named my rescue dog Opie. He's smart, a ladies' man, and drops an occasional atomic bomb. Nice. Asteroid Apophis, yeah. April 13th, 2029. Asteroid 99942 Apophis, measuring approximately 1,210 feet in diameter, will make notably close approach to Earth on Friday, April 13th, 2029, and will pass at a distance of around 19,600 miles from Earth's surface, which is closer than the orbits of many geostationary satellites and roughly 1/10 the distance to the moon. Whoa. This flyby will be the closest of any known asteroid of comparable size in recorded history. During its approach, Apophis is expected to reach a brightness and magnitude of 3.1, making it visible to the naked eye under dark skies, particularly from regions in Europe, Africa, and parts of Asia. Importantly, extensive observations and calculations have ruled out any possibility of Apophis impacting Earth during this encounter or in the foreseeable future. Oh, so it's not even going to be that cool. We might not even be able to see it. Son of a bitch. I'm still waiting for the big one, guys. If it goes through a keyhole, it will hit us on April 13th, 2036, which is also a Friday. Oh, wow, Friday the 13th. What is it? Is it Apophis or is it something else? Oh, man. I love worrying about Shit I can't control. If you get rich, can you make one of my dreams come true and make a giant beach ball? I'm just curious what would happen or if it's legal. Sure, let's see. We can do that. The 24-year-old lived 3 miles from the site of the murders, and on November 19th of 1983, RCMP officers found Shearing north of Kamloops, where he was due to appear in court on a stolen property charge. He was taken into custody and questioned extensively. What emerged was a classic story of the familial black sheep. Despite an extensive criminal record and a reputation for wild behavior, Shearing's father made his living as a prison guard, and his brother was a sheriff in the provincial police force. He had been a solid student, graduated high school, and completed a heavy mechanics course. And somewhere along the way, something went wrong for young David. RCMP detectives Mike Eastham. Also, how many people are in the chat right now? Can you guys check? I'm just curious. $440. Yeah, it seems like that's about where it gets. Doesn't really get to 500 anymore, which is a little sad. I don't know. Shouldn't have talked about Russia. My bad. Eastham. I feel like it would be like Eastham. Ken Libel. Ken Liebel. RCMP detectives Mike Eastham and Ken Liebel were convinced of Shearing's guilt and gained his confidence by initially claiming his arrest was completely unrelated to the Johnson family murders. In fact, they got Shearing so relaxed that he agreed to be questioned without a lawyer, and in doing so, had walked right into the detective's trap. As it happened, David Shearing was actually one of the first individuals to have been interviewed. Shite. To talk to a god with a gun. I guess in some ways, if someone's pointing a gun at you, they are your god for a little bit, right? Just a brief godhood. Yeah, I need to talk about my BBL. It's getting swollen. Yeah, Marianka. Yeah, and be sure to check out that bonus content too, since you got the green name, all that good stuff. Thank you again for being here. As it happened, David Shearing was actually one of the first individuals to have been interviewed by the RCMP following the discovery of the Johnson family's remains. The interview took place in Shearing's backyard, situated around a mile from the scene of the murders, and through one of his home's windows, an officer spotted a .22 caliber rifle hanging on the wall, the exact same kind used in the murders. When asked why they didn't seize the firearm and test it to see if the casings fired from it matched those found at the scene, Inspector Vic Edwards cited basic rights preventing unlawful searches and seizures. "I don't have any right to go into your house and examine your guns," he said, "the same as I didn't have any right to go into Mr. Shearing's house. We had no reason to suspect him." Initially, Shearing was led to believe that his arrest was related to a hit-and-run incident before the detective suddenly confronted him with their theories surrounding the Johnson murders. Then, in his explanation, Shearing accidentally admitted to detectives that he had heard the murders were committed at Bear Creek, information that had not been released to the public yet. Then, after a lot of effort and persuasive techniques, the two detectives managed to convince Shearing to confess to all 6 Johnson family murders. He also agreed to reenact the murders to show detectives exactly how things went down, and even promised to turn over their possessions so they could be properly returned to their loved ones. But perhaps most important to the case, Shearing agreed to give up the .22 caliber Remington pump-action rifle, which was forensically confirmed to be the murder weapon. Shearing initially confessed to shooting the 4 adults as they sat around their campfire. He then claimed to have shot the Johnsons' 2 daughters as they slept in their tent, and that his only motivation for doing so was to rob them without risking any witnesses. He told the detectives interviewing him that after loading the Johnsons' bodies into their car, he drove it to the mountainside under cover of darkness and then set it on fire using 5 gallons of gasoline. He then attempted, but ultimately failed. Isn't that weird? You can just go out in the woods camping with your family and someone who wants to rob you is like, I should just kill these people. I use Python for most things, but no, I don't go that hard where I need to simulate large amounts of bodies. Mostly, basically, there's enough data on what kinds of asteroids are chilling around. Yeah. Can you imagine if we were the first to harness the power and knowledge of a black hole? Who knows? Who knows if those are even real either? It's all just made up gobbledygook. He then claimed to have shot the Johnsons. Oh, okay. Man. He then claimed to have shot the Johnsons' 2 daughters as they slept in their tent, and that his only motivation for doing so was to rob them without risking any witnesses. He told the detectives interviewing him that after loading the Johnsons' body into their car, he drove it to the mountainside under cover of darkness, and then set it on fire using 5 gallons of gasoline. He then attempted, but ultimately failed, to clean the campsite as best as possible, then drove the camper back to his home before burning it after leaving before he had a bomba clot. Check out Anton Petrov if you want to learn some cool stuff about space and black holes and the probability of a lot of stuff. Everything's made up. If I don't understand it, it's probably space magic. What's my personal craziest camping story? I've gone camping a decent amount of times, but I can't think of anything too quay happening. What the fuck? Anything cool? I just remember going on supposed to be like a 3-day hike with friends, and then we had like one map, and it was like a double-sided map, and we were looking on the wrong side the entire time and didn't realize that we hadn't even made it through the first part of the map, but it was like pouring down rain. It was just like miserable. I'm just like, I don't like camping. Camping fucking sucks. What about you guys? Any cool camping stories? Afraid it'll end before I get back if I miss the unnatural. Good night, my buddy. Good night, Chaz. See you, Tribble. Take care. And remember, boom, boom, clock. Do you think that after death there's nothing just like before birth? No, I like to think that there's something, but sometimes I kind of wonder if I think that just to make myself feel better. But I don't know. It seems like a lot of people have some pretty crazy stories of after death or near-death experiences or whatever. I kind of really dislike the people that go out of their way to be like, yeah, but those near-death experiences are just actually like your brain activity. Like, what do you have to prove? Like, genuinely, if you believe that there's nothing after the afterlife, I get where you're coming from, but where do those people who, need to make you an atheist get off? You know what I mean? Like, what? How is that fun? Hey, I have no hope for anything after my life. I would like it if you didn't have any hope either. You know, it's like taking whatever amount of, faith somebody has and just, robbing them of that. That might be maybe worse than killing their family member or something. I'm not saying actually, but I don't know. It's just strange how vehement people are to want you to not believe anything and just be secretly miserable in your head all the time. I'm not saying they are all the time, but I mean, if it does give someone hope, then just let them believe it. Who cares? Pray to see your grandma and dogs again. And you will, J-Rod, you will. I used to be one of those assholes before I tripped balls, too much acid, and left the universe. Yeah, maybe that's all it takes sometimes, is just opening up that third eyeball. That third boombaklat. The ghosts I eat tell me that's pretty much mellow after death until I devour their soul. Explain that scientifically. In my experience, it's the faithful that try to push their views on others. Well, that's not good either, obviously, right? You know, especially if they're being, like, mean to you. Like, you gotta find some happy middle ground where both sides isn't, like, you know, militantly ridiculous. You get a dog who saw dead people? Did he actually? I see red people, Reggie. I wish I could believe in an afterlife. I really do. My view of the universe could be considered rather cold by many people, and that's fine, you know. It is what it is, you know. And who knows, maybe there will be something that you read or listen to or experience where it just like opens up a new perspective. I mean, you really never know when it could happen. Doesn't mean you have to do like shrooms or something to get there. It just literally one day some sort of eternal force external from yourself might just find you, you know. God might grab you by the bow tie that I know you wear and spin it around and shoot water into your face from like a flower on his lapel. What's up, Alex? How we doing? I once heard someone say I'd rather believe in God and find out he's not real than not believe in God and find out he's real. Yeah, and I think that's a reasonable thing to say. But yeah, as long as you're not mean to anybody, like, believe whatever the fuck you want, you know? Don't force it on anybody. That's why I kind of just, like, absolutely despise the integration of, like, you know, religious teachings with, like, government. That's why it's, like, really scary when I hear things about, like, Sharia law and things like that. Like, it sounds just, I don't know, just sounds terrible. Never really religious, but when I pray it's to my grandmother. Maybe it's a coincidence, but everything in my life has always worked out for me. That's good, yeah. And I think a lot of people, like, in their spiritual experiences, kind of pray to family members or ancestors and that kind of thing. Used to watch The Amazing Atheist. It's so funny. It's like such a throwback, you know. And then I just remember, like, at some point, I think he stuck a banana up his butt for some reason on video. I don't know why he did that. I guess to impress a girl. What'll we do for love? Oh, God. Yeah. But, I think that banana's still up for auction on eBay. So if anybody still wants to snag that. It's got a bit of a brown tip. Mountains of evidence proving an afterlife. Yeah, religion sucked. The outlawed seance slammed the door in the face of our ancestors. Yeah, what's the mountain of evidence? Just curious if there's anything that jumps out. I was her favorite growing up. I feel like she's my guardian angel. And who knows, that might be the case. Like, I mean, I feel like if you die, wouldn't it be a kind of a cool little thing that God sort of gives you as a task to, like, all right, go look after your fucking family members and shit. But then you're like, check your phone one day and your grandson crashes into a pole and he's like, what the hell? I like to think there's something greater than us. I believe that, you know, if you were calling the god Bob, but their name is Steve, they will forgive you because we are their creations. Yeah, I mean, objectively speaking, that eternal God is probably pretty, I don't know what the fuck he is. I think that's the thing, is like, it's just like incomprehensible, perhaps. Ever called a fan? Oh, like did a live, like had fans call in and do like a live show or something? Nuclear war won't happen. The powers of the world are fully aware of the consequences of nuclear war. They might drop a bomb or two here and there, but a global one won't happen. Yeah, I agree with that. But it would suck to be like to fall into one of the regions that gets like a regional, nuclear fallout or something. Which begs the question of like where would be the strategic points to drop it so that it like maximizes the most amount of fear and brings about like submission from like certain nations, but doesn't actually like fuck up any of the infrastructure. He then attempted, but ultimately failed, to clean the campsite as best as possible, then drove the camper back to his home before burning it after learning how difficult the re-registration process was. On the day Shearing's trial was set to begin, he pled guilty to 6 counts of second-degree murder. As part of the guilty plea, Shearing stated the following: I walked out of the bush from behind the camper and started shooting. I put the bodies in the car, 4 in the back seat and the 2 little ones in the trunk. I poured the gasoline. It just went woomph, and I stood back and watched it burn. I went to the tent, I knelt down, and I shot the other 2. The court had no choice but to accept Shearing's version of events, but to the detectives, his story didn't ring true. They knew he wasn't telling the whole truth, but their hunch wouldn't be confirmed until a later date. Believe in karmic energy, kinetic force, and treating people the way you want to be treated. Yeah, it definitely makes a big difference. Being freaking nice and shit. In the Bible, isn't there a perpetual war going on, a spiritual war? When we die, we fight in that war as spirits against evil, and they return to Earth as a vacation. I don't know about there being any sort of reincarnation aspect of returning. I think after you die, you just kind of are dead in the Bible. I'm pretty sure. I don't know, honestly. Like, immediate life after death in the Bible is kind of like not explicitly stated, is it? Like, I mean, Jesus said you'll be with me in paradise or whatever, and then he also talks about, like, being away from God and, like, the gnashing of teeth and that kind of thing. But it never, like, really, like, straight up lays out, like, if you die, then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, All of it's sort of, like, implied in weird, roundabout ways. Yeah, you kind of go into a place where you wait for the return of Christ in the Bible, and then there's the big resurrection. Interesting. So it's not even like a directly to heaven type place. You just are somewhere waiting around. It's like Beetlejuice. They knew he wasn't telling the whole truth, but their hunch wouldn't be confirmed until a later date. In his sentencing, Supreme Court Justice Harry McKay said, "What we have, very simply, is a cold-blooded and senseless..." How do I like, when I go to say a word, I don't plan to fuck it up, but somehow it just, like, comes out of my mouth like a bunch of mush. What we have, very simply, is a cold-blooded and senseless execution of 6 defenseless and innocent victims for no apparent reason. The sentence I impose must express in clear terms the revulsion felt by the great majority of our citizens for this senseless and vicious mass killing. The victims were unknown to the prisoner. They did not in any way provoke him. He knew they were camped at the site and carefully scouted the situation. He went home and returned either that night or the next with a loaded .22 rifle. Why? We do not really know, but the enormity. Give some old man advice? Yeah, I like old man advice. What do you think the time difference is for the reincarnation? Like, if someone died, how long before the reincarnated? I don't know. It seems like every baby that Trisha Paytas has given birth to has been some sort of German dictator or something coming back. Your old man advice is wipe from front to back. Hell yeah, dude. Is that like Beetlejuice, when you drop dead, you sit there in the waiting room with a number in your hand? Yeah, I hope that's not the case. I'm a constitutionalist. The Constitution of USA is my holy text, so I can respect everyone's right to worship whatever fairy tale they want, so says the First Amendment. Yeah, I respect that too. It doesn't really hurt anybody, does it, to allow those degrees of freedoms while containing the more violent aspects? You seen the trending Pakistani kid Hitler? No, I haven't. Is Pakistan bringing back another Hitler? We do not really know, but the enormity of the crimes... Enormity. I gotta hear this word. Enormity. 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 We do not really know, but the enormity of the crimes demand the maximum sentence. On April 17, 1984, Justice McKay sentenced Shearing to 6 consecutive life sentences with no possibility of parole for at least 25 years. It was the maximum possible penalty for second-degree murder, and the first time in Canadian history it had been handed out. Shearing did not appeal his sentence. His mother, Rose Shearing, was stunned at the news of her son's conviction. "I hope it's a mistake or a bad dream," she said. "He's always been such a good boy." Greg Shearing, David's brother, said, "I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask the police. I have a hard time believing all of this." Following Shearing's conviction, Detective Mike Eastham, who'd long harbored suspicions of Shearing's dishonesty, pleaded for a chance to re-interview him in a search of the whole truth. When he obtained it, it was just as disturbing as he'd imagined. At one point during the interview, Detective Eastham told Shearing, "You know why I'm here? I'm thankfully..." The elites definitely don't think Moloch is a fairy tale. Yeah, who worships Moloch, and how do you know they worship Moloch? And what's Moloch even do? Does he give them powers? He gives them sick bars and the ability to freestyle. What about the Shiva statue at CERN? I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. Maybe it's just symbolism, but the fact that he did like a weird-ass dance beforehand, that was a bit strange. They didn't have to do all that. That was a bit extra, I'll be honest with you. What do you think about Germany and the AfD? What's the AfD? What is the Germany AfD? Alternative für Deutschland is a right-wing populist nationalist political party in Germany founded in 2013. Here's a clear breakdown. Right-wing to far-right, no nationalist, anti-immigration, Eurosceptic, anti-Islam position, strongly critical of Germany's asylum policy, especially since 2015 migrant crisis. Key beliefs, tighter immigration controls, support base with... well, I don't know, it doesn't sound like they really have much power over in Germany, do they? So my thoughts are kind of inconsequential. Well, now here I am to collect... Wait, what is this? Oh. At one point during the interview, Detective Eastham told Shearing, "You know why I'm here? I think you abused those girls before you killed them. You told me some time ago that you would consider telling me the rest of the story after you were sentenced. Well, now I'm here to collect." It was only then that David Shearing revealed what really happened to the Johnsons' 2 daughters. Shearing confessed that after first spotting the Johnsons' family camped out near Bear Creek, he spent several days spying on them. He admitted to harboring deeply inappropriate thoughts towards 13-year-old Jeanette and 11-year-old Karen, and became determined to abuse them, even if it meant murdering their parents. Finally, on the evening of August 10th, Shearing walked into the campsite with his rifle, and then shot all 4 adults in cold blood. Janet and Karen had been sleeping in their tent, and the sound. I sound musty? Do I sound musty? AI is going to be the Antichrist. I guess it could kind of be that way, because if AI kind of creates like an all-encompassing network of knowledge, it really will become godlike in many ways. What are the odds that this story is in my town? I think I need to meet Joel. Wait, why do you have to meet me? You have to find my P.O. box and leave a big poop bomb in there. Ugh. They should make another Sherlock Holmes with Robert Downey Jr. movie. That'd be cool. Those were pretty solid. The meet and greet. Janet and Karen had been sleeping in their tent, and the sound of the shots woke them up. Shearing reassured them that he and their parents were protecting them from bad men, then went about disposing of the adults' bodies. Once he was finished, he crawled into the tent with the girls and subjected them to acts of unforgivable depravity. The next morning, after ensuring their parents' bodies were covered with a blanket, Shearing transported Janet and Karen to a nearby fishing shack. It was here he intended on continuing the abuse, but in a stunning twist of fate, the shack was approached by none other than a prison correctional officer who was out supervising a fishing trip for well-behaved prisoners. The CEO visited the cabin to reassure Shearing regarding their presence in the area, but before he came to the door, Shearing hid the girls in another room, told them to stay quiet, then conducted a brief conversation with the correctional officer without once arousing the man's suspicion. The next day, he moved the girls to his family farm. Then on August 16th, he walked them into a patch of woodland near one of his fields and shot them both in the head. He reportedly told the girls to turn around so he could urinate, and then he shot them execution style. Shearing then took the bodies back to the Johnsons' family car, put the girls' bodies in the trunk, and burned it. To confirm Shearing was now telling the truth, Detective Eastham tracked down the prison guard the killer was referring to. The CEO remembered the meeting exactly as Shearing had described it, and when Eastham's partner, a constable Liebel... Jesus, dude. Oh, man. Quantum computing in the Majorana, the processing power will be nuts, might achieve the simulated neuron. Simulated neuron? What the flirk? What the hell? What the helly? We hit 500. Let's go! Let's go! Sorry. Just opened an Amazon warehouse near me that's mostly robots. That's crazy. I saw that there was where was it? Outside of Atlanta, Georgia. They opened up that Meta AI data center or whatever. I don't know if it's AI data. It was just a huge data center. And it completely fucked up the lives of the surrounding ranchers, where their water doesn't really work right. Shit just doesn't really work right. And then at nighttime there's so much light pollution coming from that data center that they literally, it looks like a UFO is outside of your house at nighttime all the time. And pretty crazy, if you ask me. Yeah, isn't it insane? Go RFK Jr. celebrate 500. I can't believe we made it. This is such an exciting moment for everyone involved. So there was a drug addict who needed a cup of pee for a drug test, so he went to the poop store, but the cashier said, "Brother, look where you're at. Brother, look around you." The CEO remembered the meeting exactly as Shearing had described it, and when Eastham's partner, a Constable Liebel, hiked through the woods to pay a personal visit to the cabin, he found 2 sets of initials carved into the wood: DS for David Shearing, and then JJ for Janet Johnson. The initials had been encapsulated in a crudely carved heart shape, a detail which made Liebel's skin crawl. The same detective later reflected on how close the prison guard had been to saving Janet and Karen's lives. "That's how close everyone was," he said. "But for a cruel act of fate, those 2 precious little girls would be alive today." In 1995, Shearing married a woman from Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, Heather Enos. Wait, what? Shearing married somebody from in the prison? What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with people, bro? Enos, okay, not Enos. Jessica Enos. Are days of the week capitalized? I think they are, yeah. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. What do I think about DEI hires? I feel like I would lean more towards the concept of like hiring people based on their merits more so, because I think one of the things I heard even related to like college or like allowing people into college whenever like based on things opposed to like their performance within testing and school and all that kind of stuff, is that whenever you allow people into positions that they're not prepared for, they essentially end up like causing more troubles for the individuals themselves, because they could be coming into these really difficult schools like Harvard and end up like being a small, a small fish in a big pond or something like that. Whereas if they were to be inclined more towards like their capabilities, then they would perform better within those like that specific context. And I kind of just think that that's just sort of the natural ways of like the free market in general. It's just like in life in general, it's like if you're good at something, you go do that, and if you're better at something else, you go do that. And I don't really think you should ever like really try to force the presence of individuals into a workplace just because of like certain concepts that are essentially unchangeable. You know what I mean? It just doesn't really make a lot of like sense from a business standpoint. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like objectively speaking, there's like not much to really pull from it other than the fact that you're actually holding a lot of people back from just finding positions in life that are actually they would be a lot more successful and probably a lot happier doing. In 1995, Shearing married a woman from Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Heather Ennis, who met her bloodthirsty beau in 1993, claimed her husband deserved a second chance. "I have seen so much change in this man since we met," she said. "I know the man's heart is in the right place, and I'm just here to back him up." In September 2008, exactly 24 years following his conviction for the Johnson family murders, David Shearing finally came up for parole. Yet thankfully, the Canadian National Parole Board ruled that since he hadn't completed sex offender treatment and was rumored to still harbor violent fantasies, he was not yet ready for freedom. His second application, filed in 2012, was also rejected when a petition of almost 14,000 signatures was presented to the National Parole Board. Shearing applied again in 2014, but mysteriously withdrew the request a month before his hearing. Perhaps he's tired of trying to fool the parole board into thinking he's safe and sane and a stable human being. Or maybe he's accepted he's a danger to Wait, did my internet go down? Oh, no, we're good. Do I like kimchi? Yeah, it's good. Of course, I can't really remember it, though, for some reason. But I like the word. People don't like your based opinion. I don't know. I don't even really consider my opinions based. You just shoot from the hip, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't take a lot of analysis sometimes to see the inconsistencies in people's worldviews, and I'm not saying that I always got it right by any means, by any chance, and I like to hear other people's perspectives as well. Like, I don't want to exist in reality to be ignorant to the thoughts that go through other people's heads, because in many ways it's fun. It's fun to learn what other people think and why they think it. I think the worst is just like arriving to the position of being angry about your opinion without actually being able to express what your opinion even really is, you know? And that to me is just basically a sign of like consistent and persistent arrested development. You know, it's just like a person's brain is so stuck in like childhood that the only manner in which that they can tell how they feel about something is through a tantrum, and that is pretty cringe. A really cringe corpse, yeah. You said once you weren't going to add to the population, so I figured no kids. Who, me? You just grabbed me, oh wow, I'm working on it though. That's okay. I mean, we all get frustrated, but I think what all that means is like if you really have a position that you're, you know, passionate about and you get upset about it, is just learn about it even more to the point that like you also understand your opposing, you know, detractor or opposing argument. You understand their beliefs, and you know, you just really have to understand both sides of the argument, I suppose, and then eventually your ability to communicate that with someone who actually has that in the wild would never really lead to a position of anger at all. Cringe is dead. What are we replacing it with? I don't think cringe is dead. Cringe is at peak right now. What do I think about the Department of Education being defunded? I don't know, man. I have no idea what to make of that at all. Like I'm not up to date enough to like know like what comes next from it, you know, and like what did it even do prior to that, you know what I mean? Like I assume held certain standards for educational systems within the nation, but at the same time I have no fucking clue. Because at the same time, or like what does that leave? Does the standard fall to the state? Does it fall to the, you know, local municipality for like basically deciding education? And I guess that's kind of the question. If that is the case, do you want all of your educations to be at a certain like particular standard, or how do you design that? How do you decide? Can you even really like create education that's like unified for a greater population? Would you want some degree of freedom, I guess, so you don't like limit you know, the learning process for each individual child within each individual municipality? I don't know. We need to have better school standards like Japan. Yeah, I mean, is anything replacing it, or is it just that's all we're getting? My dad's old man advice: people with depression have someone who pay their bills, and that's why they can stay in bed. He was born in 1948. That's funny. Does Bitcoin compete with government money? I mean, it does seem like there's going to be probably some shift at some point. I don't know when, towards like cryptocurrencies, but I mean, as of right now, you still have to like convert you have to use dollary dues to get Bitcoin or whatever. Like you have to use the fiat currency, which, I mean, I don't know. Like the whole point of Bitcoin was to be like some decentralized system, and it seems like Bitcoin is becoming more and more centralized as time goes on. Maybe I'm wrong. Did I used to be friends with Corpse? I talked to Corpse a few times, but I would never say we had talked enough to, like, become friends or anything like that. It was really just, like, a few times, really. He was always very nice, though. His second application, filed in 2012, was also rejected when the petition of almost 14,000 signatures was presented to the National Parole Board. Shearing applied again in 2014, but mysteriously withdrew the request a month before his hearing. Perhaps he's tired of trying to fool the parole board into thinking he's a safe, sane, and stable human being. Or maybe he's accepted he's a danger to wider society and has submitted to being sequestered from it for the remainder of his natural years. We might never know Shearing's reasons for withdrawing his appeal, and while some of us might wish to understand his thinking, I would caution against crawling around the mind of a man who murdered 2 innocent couples in order to prey on their 2 little girls. That is fucking insane, holy shit. Like, just, I mean, for the mother to say, like, he was always good, and then just to go to, like sexual depravity leads him to, like, killing people to, like, get to it. Like, that's so fucking insane. What happened in the story that I read? Basically, this family was camping, and they were missing, and then they found their car burned up in the woods with the corpses in there, and then they come to find out that the person who did it was this, like, 24-year-old guy who, like, was attracted to their 13-year-old and 11-year-old daughters, and then stalked them for, like, 3 days, and then fucking killed the parents. Came into the camp and then, like, into the tent and, like, told the girls that he's, like, protecting them from bad people alongside the parents, and then came back in and, like, raped the girls, and then took them, like, with him, and then eventually shot the girls in the back of the head in a field, and then burned their bodies in the same place. It's just like, holy shit, dude, what the fuck? Like, it's just like, what the fuck happens to people that they're, like, seemingly normal, and then they just become fucked beyond belief. My God. Under the prison. Alright guys, think of something funny for me to say on my outro here. I'm going to record that and we'll get you out of here. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST. And there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. My Wednesday night, this one, will be my birthday stream, so please stop by if you can. And if you got a story, be sure to submit them over to my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click the big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, Bomba Clat. Yeah, rant about politics. I don't know, man. Bomba Clat is serious business. Yeah, I'll say that. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, Bomba Clat means serious business. You promise you won't put a poop bomb in my mailbox? You promise? Do you promise? I was working, I heard you burp and I started giggling. Yeah, burps are funny. You know what's also funny? Fucking farts. Farts are like peak. Alright, my fellow Boombaclots. I will catch you next time on Wednesday, which is my birthday stream, so I hope you can come around for that. Maybe I'll try to start a little bit early. I don't know, if you have any ideas, maybe I'll record like bonus content or something. I'm not even sure, really. It's already 3 a.m. How long ago? 4 hours? Damn, it's 4. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to drink, but I might eat a bunch of cookies. Would you guys be okay if this year, instead of drinking and doing hallucinogenics, I can eat cookies instead? That sounds fun. But yeah, I will go ahead and get this audio edited and up over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. And yeah, I'll get this up on YouTube, same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST. It does really help if you watch the video right when it comes out. It lets YouTube know that other people, they should let other people know about it. So try to watch it right when it comes out if you can. No worries if not. But if I, start to lose subscribers, they will kill me. This is a known thing with YouTube. They get bored with you, and then they cut your head off. Just kidding. All right. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Follow me on Instagram at letsread.official. And, yeah, what time with the B-Day stream? I'm thinking... Well, you know what I'll do? I will let you know on Instagram, or even I'll do a post tomorrow. I'll do like a community post or something to let people know. But yeah, love you guys so much. Appreciate you. Thank you for blessing me with a great life and being nice people. I will see you later. Bye-bye.